forward, trying to get the extra ultra, the extra kill, the extra elimination. It's I mean, it's sort of like what Lucio does, obviously, but it's also really good to see that it actually happens. You know, these matches, you can get the value. Base is higher, gotta chase him further.
Exactly. And now, Thomas Esports chasing just a little bit. They were able to push out the DPS, at least for a moment. Grubby gets a nice hack, and they've built their EMP once again. We've got it with the Graviton Surge, so we may see the exact same thing happening. Here comes the EMP. There's the grab right after it. And Valkyrie already melted down. Jay Gibby uses the nano boost, delivers it to Cargo Tokens, who is able to get a counter pick. And now they're putting in so much damage, but another nade hits. Cargo is able to get rid of it with their bubble, but the damage was already done, and St. Clair's continues forward.
St. Clair's unstoppable, just keeps on pushing forward. Every now and then you just get these pushes, and you're just like, is they ever going to stop? Is it just a full steamroll? At this stage, it does look like it is going to be. Only one very close to that overclock. Didn't see the Reaper teleport though. Was going to walk out because that was right behind them, and now they're going to be taken out by Riaz.
Yeah, nice reflect right there. We're going to see the sound barrier committed by Injustice to try and allow the rest of St. Clair's to hold on. Cargo Tokens does find Injustice though. Graves still up though for St. Clair, so they're doing their best to hold on here. And in fact, they're getting pushed back quite a bit. So Thomas Esports able to burn a little bit more time off the clock. Maybe stop them in their tracks. Only time will tell.
Only time will tell. Good overclock. Almost got the Zarya, almost got the Lucio.
Wow.
It will actually be a good overclock if you get the elimination. You got to get at least one. That's an ultimate that you used very late. They didn't really get any value, but it did push them back. It gives you the instant opportunity to go in deep with the rest of your team and get a proper attack going instead of being pushed back a little bit further around that corner again.
Yeah, exactly. They did gain space off it, so it wasn't for nothing necessarily. Cargo Tokens uses their Graviton Surge. Valkyrie now trying to burst people down with a Coalescence, but just unable to find the focus fire. Holy Wand, in the meantime, has gotten rid of the main tank, so no Zarya left, no bubbles left to protect anybody. Riyadh, they've got the nano or the blade coming online. If they use it, it's gonna have to be big, but this fight is already over. I think Riyadh might have wasted that ult. But they had to try something because
I was gonna say, not really a waste. Yeah.
Yeah.
very true. I mean, they just really needed to sleep Jay Gibby to kill them there, right? Didn't they? Yeah, it's what happens every now and then. It's just how it goes. Lucio's being slippery skaters. That's how they are. But yeah, St. Clair's good push. 1:01 on the clock. No matter what happens, if Thomas Esports does complete the map, they will get another attempt. Of course, doesn't matter if it's overtime or not, because we are on escorts. That rule has not changed since Overwatch 1. Don't worry. Still going to be able to make that comeback happen. But first, they do have to get that push. And with how long this map is and how relatively defensible it is in most situations, it is always hard to make an actual finish happen.
Yeah, it certainly is, which I think speaks volumes as well to the minute 01 that St. Clair Saints have on the clock right now. That is a lot of buffer room. A lot can happen, you know, in that amount of time if it does go into further rounds from here. But first things first, Thomas has to get this capture. And Grubby actually going on the Widow here, so we are going to see her make an appearance.
Now defense too, so we can actually talk about it. Not on the attacker spawn where you have to worry about, oh, they're still going to swap. They were showing it a little bit on the attack, like, oh, maybe we'll go Widow, maybe we won't. I think the Widow is a very decent choice, at least on the defense. The tricky part is that you usually get pushed back very easily as Widowmaker on this map. And while you have the high ground, especially on point B, it is tricky to keep those angles unless you immediately hit that headshot or whatever comes your way. Gets a deflect in their face. Won't be able to take themselves out with that, at least. Now we're going to get into the real beat of it.
Cargo Tokens already used a lot of their defensive utility here, and they're gone down very, very low. So St. Clair Saints already with a pick on the Valkyrie, making things very difficult for them to push forward. Cargo Tokens, we see, is all the way back in spawn now on that Sigma. Maybe a swap is coming in.
Might actually be. I mean, you talked about it before, right? Sigma is pretty good on this map. Problem is, because we're in this sort of like the rock paper scissors meta, you do get into that situation where if you run the Sigma, they run something else, you kind of got to stop instantly. So especially on defense, you don't see come out that much. But on attack, they will often try.
Oh, and here comes a dive in onto the Widowmaker, but Cargo Tokens actually sets their sights on Grave first, Grubby down to just a sliver of health. They will be able to get the DMEC, and Justice finishes them off, but there's a lot of room that's been made by Thomas Esports already. They should be able to get this well around the corner.
Thomas Esports just strolling this car throughout this map with ease. So far, at least. Not too worried about it. And Grubby switches immediately off that Widowmaker, goes over to the Ash, keeps the 30% ult charge as the DPS does now. Their lovely passive. Will be able to start raining down Dynamite on the enemy team. A little bit more consistent damage coming out, not as reliant on those one-shots. That might be more problematic for the rest of the team, Thomas.
It certainly could be, especially if Cargo Tokens isn't able to eat those incoming dynamites. But at the moment, Jay Gibby has the Nano ready to go. Bookshelf is getting close to the Blade as well. I imagine they're just waiting a little while to see if they can get that combo online. Cargo Tokens, though, is already DMEC, so maybe they're waiting a little bit too long. We're going to see them go to actually very low charge at the moment. Apostle needs to build this up if they're gonna have some kind of an effect here on point.
So it was already threatening enough that at least that Nano Blade was not being attempted. And this is always a really annoying place for this card to stall, because yes, it's almost the objective, but there's a beautiful high ground overlooking. The defense has respawn advantage there, and you're gonna have a fairly long run back relatively. On the cart alone trying to defend it was Apostle. There's the rest of the team. Try to follow up on this grab, but no kills come through because of the sound barrier.
And yeah, Grubby lets loose with Bob as well. So now there's a 6th player that Thomas Esports has to worry about. And they were oh so close to capturing, but they've been pushed back completely now. Oh, here comes the Blade, though. Bookshelf may be able to turn it around at this point. The Nano committed to them as well. They've got several kills, but there's still one player left on cart, and that is Reinhardt. Apostle swinging that hammer as hard as they can, but only for so long. Thomas will get the capture.
Talking about a decent hold there on A, though. I mean, minute left on the clock. That means you did burn up like 3 minutes off their time. 3:25. I mean, it should be enough time to get through B, but this is where the holds usually start. They did only recently switch to both the Ashe and the Zarya. Already got a grab out of it. So there is some room to properly start making a couple of these picks work.
Yeah, there certainly is. Not much left in the bank at all for the St. Clair Saints. So as long as they play this right, as long as they don't make any glaring mistakes, this fight should go the way of Thomas Esports. But they're going to have to get value, I think, out of this overclock. So a lot of it will come on to Riot. We see them diving in now. Here comes the aggression, and Justice taken out. Apostle follows shortly thereafter, and they got the value they needed. They don't even need to commit the self-destruct.
No, I mean, why use it when you don't need it, right? Cart's still
Exactly.
fairly far away, so their Narc recontest should be possible, but they're going very aggressive with this. Grogu Tokens might just lob in a self-destruct into this part of the map.
Yeah, that would be a great way to kind of buy them the extra time that they need. But looks like they're going to be able to push out regardless. Apostle now up to 80% of that grab and doing a lot of damage into Cargo Tokens as well. They're going to be forced out of their mech as well. They're going to use the self-destruct to remech. In the meantime, Bookshelf going to town with the Dragon Blade. They're able to find two, but St. Clair Saints not to be outdone just yet. Riad will get one pick with the secondary fire, and they will cap.
Very nicely done there from Thomas Esports. 3.5 minutes to go into the last space of Midtown. Sound barrier in the pocket, and now St. Clair's is going to come back with a couple of ultimates of vengeance, but they're still in that position where they're sort of using ultimates very liberally.
Yeah, they are. And Holy Hawan taken out. That's going to be even more progress now that this card gets to make here under Thomas Esports. And they're looking great right now with their time. Now, again, we are pushing into this portion of the map that is absolutely the hardest place to capture, but they've got time on their side, and now they've got a pick as well. Grubby nowhere to be found. Holy Juan getting ready to get that overclock again. If they're going to hold here, this is going to have to be big.
Grubby's still looking for a little bit of instant value on the Ashe that hasn't really been coming out, but there's the only one with the railgun overclock coming out.
Bookshelf there, though, to deny. Valkyrie pops the sound barrier as well to allow Thomas Esports to push forward a little bit more aggressively. Grubby comes out of spawn with a vengeance and a bob and shuts that push down.
It was about time that Grubby, I would say, participated in the team fights, because they've been doing very well up to this point. But the Ashe definitely feeling a bit problematic from their end. Gonna go back over to the Genji and then to the Sombra. Like there's this counter picking going on right now. We're like, oh, what do we do? Who do we hack? I mean, hacking a diva is almost always a good idea. Maybe someone else? Maybe the Genji?
Yeah, I think the D.Va or the Genji are both excellent choices. Quick hack and the TP out. It's going to be cargo tokens eating an anti-nade going down very, very low. Not quite DMEC though, so that is crucial for Thomas Esports. They're going to have a lot more to push back in with and a lot quicker. We see cargo tokens diving into the backline furiously. They find Holy Juan. Grubby though is able to take out Bookshelf. And a D-Mech and a kill comes out quickly, courtesy of Apostle, onto cargo tokens. So once again, Thomas Esports pushed back.
Thomas Esports. They're gonna have like definitely one or two more good pushes, but after that it's gonna run lower and lower into the time bank. And this is really what, again, it's the same thing as like King's Row last, other like Numbani last. One of these maps that are just very hard to actually push in. And even going with a 5-minute time bank, it just dwindles away so fast because the run back is long. They can keep picking you off, especially on this part of the map. That Thomas Esports, they're only really gonna have like one very good push, and maybe another good if it's a fast one. But they have at least the ultimates to work with to bring this home.
They certainly do. Hack comes out onto Jay Gibby and Reid. But not going to have too much of an effect. Here comes the self-destruct on point now. Takes out Apostle. That is a huge pick in favor of Thomas Esports. But Bookshelf is down as well. The card is getting pushed forward. Holy Juan finds another. There's Grave contributing as well. St. Clair Saints, they may have found the hold here that they need. The remix, though, from Cargo Tokens, gonna find value. 20 seconds left on the clock. They've got to make something happen now.
They really do. They got these overclock, which can outright win a fight. They can even initiate with a sound barrier or use that to sustain something that's coming out from the other side. No ultimates to speak of other than that sound barrier on St. Clair's side. So it might be a Lucio off, but the overclock is the one that gets started.
And here it goes. They've pushed onto point. The disruptor shot doing a lot of damage in that small area, but an anti-nade hits Reid. The sound barrier is there though from Valkyrie, and Justice pops their own as well. So everybody with a lot of extra shields. Cargo tokens does find Holy Juan with the micro missiles though. So St. Clair Saints looking a little rough right now. There, we may in fact have a capture here as the rest of the team is having trouble. Grave goes down very, very low, but Reid picked up by Injustice. They're down to just a sliver of health as well. Huge anti-nade hits though from Grave. Grave, that's gonna take everyone down low. Here comes the EMP as well. That's gonna be Valkyrie and Cargo tokens hit by it. J. Gibby commits the nano boost though. That looks to be on Bookshelf as well. They're dealing a lot of damage in that side room. Picks coming in from either side, but that's only going to help the defense if they only trade out. It's gonna have to be Thomas getting a lot more, but they don't. They step off the point, and St. Clair Saints wins the series.
3-0. They were definitely all close maps. This is not a 3-0. That was just an easy sweep. St. Clair's in the end does come out on top. 2-0. They go for the first two games of the season. But yeah, I mean, it's not like Thomas is going home with nothing. They're going home with a lot of close calls, a lot of close fights, a lot of lessons to be learned, and they're only 1-1, so they haven't been 2-0 just yet.
Yeah, fantastic showing from both squads, but in the end, like you said, it was St. Clair Saints who come out on top. And, you know, I think a lot of it has to do with, you know, some of these proactive swaps that we saw again and again. I think the tank line, or whether the tank player was a little bit stronger coming out from St. Clair as well. So kudos to them for bringing it home today.
Yeah, also looks like they learned a little bit from last week. They managed to lose the first map against Fisher College back then, which was which was Control as well. So maybe it was just Ilios that was a little bit more in their favor. Maybe it was something else that was going on there. But at least they didn't lose the Control today. Thomas going to be able to come back as well, of course, with their health up high. Like I said, it wasn't a proper sweep. Definitely close enough. A couple of those maps could have gone a different way. But in the end, it is St. Clair that comes out on top. And again, with a very... I would say a very measured roster in terms of size. So let's see if they can keep that up for the rest of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. They're off to a great start here, and certainly one of the squads to watch out for here this season at NECC. So can't wait to see what they bring to the table in future matches. But Man at Blast, we've got another one coming up here shortly.
Yeah, we sure do. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with the next series. Should be Trent Excalibur versus Huntington Esports. We have a little bit of a reschedule from the schedule you might have seen earlier. That's just how it goes sometimes. But that's great. It's going to be a great great match nonetheless. So yeah, I mean, you have some time to go get some snacks. Obviously, we'll let you know exactly when we're back when the timer comes up.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to Overwatch 2 here at NECC. If you're just joining us, once again, my name Warren Jungle God Hammond, joined on the mic by Man of Class. How are you doing after that extended break that we had?
Look, an extended break is never a problem, but then again, you're in the energy, you're in the zone, you want to get
Right?
going. You want more Overwatch 2, and then it's like you gotta wait. But I did get a couple of Kiriko games in because we didn't really see much of it in the last series. We
Whoa.
might see her pop up this time around. We never really know. Sometimes something is just too new to really want to play with it yet. You want to keep it neat in the box, mint condition. Might be able to sell it to the next collector. Problem is, it doesn't really work with digital characters, does it?
No, these are not NFTs here that we're playing with today. Yeah, it was a little bit surprising not to see Kiriko in the lineup. I mean, especially with how powerful her protection Suzu is in particular. Clearing an Ana anti-nade. I mean, we saw plenty of big Ana plays actually in that last matchup. A lot of big antis. So,
Yeah.
yeah, let's see what these next two teams can bring us. Maybe we'll see a little more of her.
Yeah, potentially we will. And of course, we are indeed going to go to Trent Excalibur versus Huntington Esports. Trent Excalibur already on a 2-0 lead currently on the leaderboards, going for their third win potentially. 2-3-1 wins so far. And we're going to have Exel Frost, Impanda, Oscar, Egatron, and I Let Them Fly come at you today to start off. They have got a couple other people on their roster. It's not just these five. That's at least the starting lineup. A very support-studded roster, this one. So they must have
Yes.
at least one of them that has tried out, like the little bit of the Kiriko, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And if you got four in your roster, you can swap it in and out. There is a good chance we're gonna at least see at least one of them from them. But
Yeah.
of course, they got some opponents today coming up against them.
That is true. They're going to be headed up against Huntington Esports, who took a loss last week to Louisville Black. So they're hoping to improve their record to 1-1 this week. For their starting lineup, we have Prozac, Ginger, Trashboat, Michael, and Doxic. Now, my eye in particular is going to be, my eye in general is on the tank line. I'm a tank player myself. There's so much that happens around the tank line, but in particular in this matchup, because each team only has one tank player. So, my question going into this is, are these two players going to be able to master and show us the breadth of tank players that we're likely, or the breadth of tank heroes that we're likely going to need to see from both of these squads here today?
Yeah, I mean, in the last series, we did see a little bit of variety of tanks. Obviously, it's sort of within the expectations of variety that we saw coming. With the map pool that we have, it's going to be the same one as last time around. There is some opportunity again for flexibility, but there is going to be that rock paper scissors meta style coming through. That being said, this is emergence, so we're in a slightly lower skill division than we were before, and that can mean that some variety is a little bit more desired or sometimes just sort of forced because
Hmm.
not every single division will have a similar, sort of skill floor or skill ceiling rather that they can reach. And certain heroes or certain compositions become a little bit trickier to execute that way. And that often leads to very entertaining and just very also creative solutions to those problems.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean at this level, different compositions become more viable, right? The higher you climb in terms of SR or skill, the more important it's going to be to kind of stick to those meta picks, right? Stick to the more prominent picks that you see. So in these lower divisions, it's absolutely possible we're gonna see more flexing coming out today. So as we head into the game and head into the maps, actually, let's take a peek at those. And again, just a reminder of where we're going to be going today.
Exactly. Just like last series, we're starting out on Ilios, moving over to Midtown and seeing Circuit Royale. After that, though, we just have to hope that we get there. New Queen Street, Nepal, and Busan is the very, very last one that, I'm not really expecting us to get there, but if we do, it will definitely be an amazing series. And that's something I'm counting on either way.
As am I. I hope we get to see at least New Queen Street in this series. Wasn't able to get the push map out in our last one, so hoping for a tighter series this time around. But certainly getting to see these two new maps, Midtown and Circuit Royale, is very very nice. And yeah, we saw a couple different compositions in our first map, or rather our first matchup. But in general, it seemed to be favoring the Orisa, the Zarya, the D.Va. So no major surprises in terms of the tank lineups. And of course, Sojourn was just about ever present.
Yeah, Soldier was doing amazing damage overall. There's constantly the right clicks are coming out. The railgun shots, they're so hard to dodge. Well, you can't really dodge them. Like, as soon as you got a click
Yeah.
on your head, it's a hit scan projectile, but they're very hard to avoid in that situation. And tanks, the only really time we saw like a proper sort of solution against it was on the coming out from the D.Va of Alfonso. No, Alfonso.
You were close. Hold on.
Name.
Yeah,
I was
what was
so
it?
close. I got it right here. I am so sorry. I don't want to do that.
Apostle.
Apostle. There we are.
Apostle. That's what it was. Yeah.
You got, and that was the defense matrix of the D.Va, right? You talked about the cadence. Like, the cadence of the right clicks usually leads to a very similar shot that you get out, and that way you can sort of match it with the D.Va defense matrix. That was a very nice solution that they found to that problem, or they found to that situation. But that's not really possible to always do, especially when it's not the ultimate, because then the cadence is a little bit less predictable. You have to be like on top of only the Sojourn, and they also had Pharah to worry about and other heroes to worry about. And just in general, being a tank, like, you can't just keep looking at a Sojourn. But maybe we'll see some more antics like that. Maybe we'll see some very different solutions. Pharah is always a fairly popular pick in a little bit of the slightly lower skill divisions, just because the hit scan isn't as accurate. And you do also notice that teams in general just have more trouble dealing with a Pharah like that. Oscar is hovering currently in the spawn, together with Axel Frost on the Mercy. But, we always know how it goes. They have 5 seconds left. They can still jabate us.
They absolutely can. But it looks like that might not be the case here. What they were hovering over is what we are going to be heading out on. And I've just got to say, Egatron, you are a player after my own heart. Rocking the Wrecking Ball makes me happy to see. And we've got an engagement over closer to Huntington Esports side. Again, because Trent Excalibur able to just move over so quickly. Already Egatron able to take Ginger out of the fight. So Trent Excalibur striking first, but Prozac was able to burst him down with those Hellfire shotguns relatively quickly. So now no tank here for Trent Excalibur, but of course they're going to be back pretty quickly. In the meantime, actually, Egatron back almost immediately. Able to take out both supports for Huntington. Prozac falls shortly thereafter. And despite Huntington coming away with at least one pick, it was going to be Trent taking the first point.
Now we're talking... I usually would dub this like the disable special. You get hacked, you get booped, you get booped, you get booped, and then you're kind of just done. Like, especially on a map like Ilios well, it is so jarring to constantly be CC'd, to constantly be hacked. And yeah, Trent Excalibur is going to be doing an amazing job with that with these 4 heroes. And then there's Mercy to just like back it up.
Exactly. And Oscar able to take out Ginger once again, who has swapped over to the soldiers. So seeing if maybe they can use that hit scan to pick Pharah out of the sky, but not going to be the case this time. And right now, Egatron is just being oppressive. They drop the minefield. That in combination with that barrage is going to spell demise for Huntington once again.
Yeah, I think I see a transcript somewhere that they were typing to Prozac that was trying to catch them on the Reaper, and I think it's na, because they're just kiting. You can't get close.
Yeah.
They only engage when they want to engage, and by that time it's kind of already too late to try and do anything against them. They're getting some own CC and sort of dodge and kite of their own, so it might be a little bit trickier to get stuff done, especially when you get impaled by an Orisa. Let's see how much value is going to get from Trash Boat if they're going to be hacked a lot.
Yeah, the hack does come in. Doesn't take out too much. Well, take that back. They're down to just a sliver of health. Doxic very low as well. And it's X-Michael trying their best to keep their team alive. They go ahead and pop the Coalescence too, see if they can turn this fight around. But we're rapidly approaching last fight territory, and that Coalescence might have been better served in the following fight.
So hard to run back into this, like against this comp. And even when you finally take out Oscar, just the res comes through. Oscar's still alive, not really that close to the barrage, but they might be still the EMP if they want to just tempo this up, because they are still sort of slugging this out, trying to keep control of the point and just take it to 100. It will get back capped, but there are still members around. This fight's not over by a long shot.
No, it's not. In any kind of a Wrecking Ball composition typically plays like this. You're not necessarily as concerned about keeping the point. More so you're concerned about winning the fight and then dropping back to re-secure it. So that's what we're seeing happen now, but it's not necessarily going the way they planned, as Egatron is very low and B-Boop is already out of the fight. So nice back cap from Huntington Esports. Gonna net them more than maybe it should have.
Yeah, 22% already counting. 96, of course, on the board already for Trent Excalibur. So all they need to do is have a good fight, and EMP is the perfect setup of that. Just get the Fire Mercy, get the double kill, do something like that with the team. You got plenty of ultimates in the bank. This could be just a one and done wombo combo.
It certainly could. We see the EMP coming out right now. Catches both of the DPS. Prozac taken out immediately by Iron Panda. Oscar lets loose with the barrage once again. Sound barrier has to be committed by B-Boop to keep them alive. A lot of pressure coming in from Trash Boat right now. Doxic is able to get the res onto Ginger as well. But the point has flipped over back to Trent Excalibur. Nobody just about gets the touch at the last moment. We see someone drop, but now Trash Boat has to just try and walk through the rest of those mines, and that is not a place you want to be as a tanker or any hero here in Overwatch 2. Huntington Esports, though, doing a fantastic job of possibly turning this around. They're not letting go of it. B-Boop almost gets someone off the edge, but not quite. There's still a couple of members left, but Oscar able to finish them off.
That was a very close situation there to come back into it. It took a little bit to adapt, but Huntington did find a few solutions, and a lot of that was just trying to sort of throw the same tricks back into the faces of Trent Excalibur. Like, especially the Fire Mercy did pose a lot of problems for them. Soldier being a little bit more self-sufficient, like dropping the healing pod, having a little bit of backline protection against the ambushes of the Sombra, and Egatron and B-Boop also had to kind of adapt a little bit more than they maybe were expecting. We're going to see some more changes come through, this time for Trent Excalibur more than anything. Going to be the Impanda Reaper and Egatron on the Winston this time around. Exofrost will stick on the Moira. They're not going to go back to the Fire Mercy, so no reason to run that Mercy. Transport will stick on the Orisa. It's mostly Prozac going over there to the Ashe. Will probably be damage boosted a lot as well. Kind of a switchboard for the Mercy to go back and forth between them.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see how it plays out. Already, Trent Excalibur taking control of this mega health pack area, which is a prime real estate to have here on Ilios Ruins. It's going to force Huntington Esports to be able to try and stage with less room. Ginger trying to lay in some rockets, keeping Egatron at bay. I'm Panda forced to move out as well as they went very low, but now Trent Excalibur does have control over the point. They will flip it in their favor, and Trash Boat is able to take I'm Panda out of the equation as well. So even though Trent has captured the point, Huntington in a little bit better position at the moment.
Huntington doing a great job to sort of try and start off this fight. They are, of course, being pushed back, so the point is in the favor of Trent Excalibur. It looks like they're going to be holding on through this fight.
Yeah, it appears they will be. And Trent Excalibur, you know, we talked a little bit at the end of the last match, right? That one of the ways that you can deal with just the massive, incredible health pool that Orisa has is you just pick off everybody around her and then deal with her last. And that's exactly what we saw Trent Excalibur do. So Egatron, the rest of the DPS, they're doing a good job of cleaving in damage, getting that burst damage, and really having Oscar finish things off. I'm a Panda over on the Sojourn now. So that I think could spell some problems as well for Trash Boat on the Orisa.
These constant hacks, they're just so obnoxious coming out right now on the side of Trent Excalibur. There'll be a lot of damage coming out for the Soldier and for the Sojourn. Sorry, doesn't quite be not quite able to live through their dynamite though. And it's eventually looking to be more eliminations of the side of Trent Excalibur. So Huntington going for their point eject.
Yeah, it looks like they've got a pretty good case to be made for capturing it. Oscar, the last player, really holding on. No, take that back. They've got another one back. They launched the EMP as well. Oscar and Egatron able to come back in this fight with force. Huntington Esports, they had the advantage. They had the kills, but they just didn't collapse fast enough. They weren't able to get those last few picks, and now Trent Excalibur is at last fight territory here, and Huntington Esports, it's going to be a scuffed fight if they can touch.
Oscar is just running through the entire team. Hack, butter, hack, butter, hack, butter. They are the hot knife right now, and they're just penetrating it with a giant storm of those beauty bullets.
We're gonna
Beautiful
see
Terror Surge.
Yeah, the Terror Surge comes out. It will find B-Boop with Doxic. Doxic, she did an excellent job getting that res up on Trash Mode as the rest of Trent Excalibur was looking further forward. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Trent Excalibur who's able to get the job done and takes Ilios in convincing fashion.
We didn't really get a chance to touch on it. I don't know if you've seen this thing. So there is an opportunity with the Terra Surge, because obviously you pull like players towards you,
right?
To use the ultimate to run into the well on Ilios and pull players with you as Orisa. Yeah, it's of course it's one of those things.
Yet.
Yeah,
That's
of course
amazing.
it's one of those things that you're not really gonna use in a match most of the time. But if you see the opportunity to get a one, like it's the same thing as with Reinhardt charging multiple people off the map. If you get the opportunity, you're gonna take it. And I'd be super excited to see if one of these teams will actually go for it at some point. But yeah, for now we have had Ilios for the day, at least for for our series that we're going. So let's hope to see it maybe somewhere else in the NECC at some point, or anywhere else really. Like I don't know, as long as I see more of it, it's gonna be great. That being said, we're gonna go over to Midtown next. So no environmental kills whatsoever possible there.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that specifically because up until Overwatch 2, I believe there was only one map in Overwatch 1 where it was impossible to get any environmental kills. I'm sure you don't mean to put you on the spot, but I will. Do you know which one that one is?
Let me think. Okay, so that's not it. That's not it. Joker can. Dorati can. I know there is one. I'm just blanking on it. I'll have to go through all of them in my head to figure it out. You can't get them on Hollywood. That's the one.
Hollywood is the one. Hollywood is the one. Yeah.
Eventually you get there, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's something interesting, right? And we haven't really talked about that yet. But Midtown, only the second map where you can't get any environmental kills. So that that shuts down a lot of different strategies. Honestly, it's very viable. It's a very important thing to look out for on so many maps. But yeah, Midtown doesn't have it. So it'll be interesting to see what comes up here. Now, one thing I want to mention is so far Trent, they've shown just almost exclusively dive tank so far, right? We saw the Winston, we saw the Wrecking Ball. Midtown, not necessarily, in my opinion, at least the best for those kinds of tanks. Winston, I think, can hold his own there a little bit, but certainly Wrecking Ball, I think, struggles on Midtown.
I mean, again, it kind of depends on how you set it up with the rest of the team, because it really didn't feel like it was about the tank a lot of the time. The tank was just sort of a distraction, and then the Sombra came in for the hack, the Pharah did something. Like, it always felt like the tank was sort of really being the tank, like, distracting the other team, creating the space in that situation. I would say it felt like Overwatch 1 in that sense, because it really didn't. But there really was more of a sense of you are not the DPS here, which, tanks, they sometimes almost feel like that nowadays. But it's really the DPS were setting up a lot of these plays that the tanks could maybe finish sometimes, or was the other way around, and that the dynamic between those two parts of the team looked very convincing. So yeah, I wouldn't be mad to see either of their tanks, but we could see some Zarya come out as well. We could see some D.Va come out. We could see some other things come out. And if you're playing dive tanks anyways, why not go for a D.Va? It's also very viable.
Yeah, that's very, very true. And the survivability of D.Va, I think, is head and shoulders above what you see on Wrecking Ball or Winston. I mean, Wrecking Ball, have to say it does have potentially the most HP in the game, right? You can pull up to, I think, 1,300 total when you add on those adaptive shields.
Yeah,
it's absolutely absurd. But at the same time, it doesn't have quite the same damage mitigation effect that D.Va has. So very interesting choices so far coming out of Trent, but it's working really well. And in particular, I liked the combination of the Pharah and the Wrecking Ball, right? Because they both do big burst damage. And like you said, one of them gets in, does a lot of that initial damage. The other cleans up the kills. And it worked really well. In addition, that combination kept Huntington so far back, at least on Ilios well, that they weren't able to even really contest the objective until they swapped over to Orisa, who just had the health pool that I think was big enough to allow them to get the point.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it came down to. Ultimately, they had to find such a survivable tank that they could actually make it. And sometimes that's just all you can really do as a tank, just be alive as long as possible. But then again, if you can be alive as long as possible, if your entire team dies around you, then you're still a lonely tank. And that's kind of what can happening a lot at a time. Midtown, again, like we said, we talked about this before. It is such a map where you want to hold that high ground, but the attacking team is never gonna let you because they could just kind of like walk underneath and crawl past you, and then you either give up point percentage or you try and shoot from high ground, like both try and shoot from high ground, or you contest and you kind of give up any positional advantage you had in the first place. So I don't know, like it feels like there might be some changes in the future for that, but for now we're just gonna enjoy it in the way it is, and the rest of the map is still very different, of course. So. Yeah, maybe some shenanigans, especially when you play dive tanks. You know, that surround strat on second, very possible.
Yeah, that's very, very true. I mean, you know, one of the interesting things I think, again, that I want to highlight that you said is just the you know, the geometry, the layout of this first point. It honestly, I feel like makes it one of the harder first points to defend in the hybrid map pool, right? Because again, like you said, that only high ground is really a pretty significant distance from the point. Right, and so we saw it in the last matchup where, you know, one of the teams, they did like you said, they just avoided all of that damage. That bridge, right, just went to point, got a tick, did it again, and eventually were able to capture. So it definitely presents a lot of interesting or some interesting problems for the defense.
And I think as well, like when you look at the second point where you have this high ground, it is very pivotal to like how that point plays. It's very like, and it's not quite like Gibraltar where it's that high that you can't really get on it as an attacking team.
Right.
But it does feel like it plays a pivotal point. And both sides that we saw in the last series, it was kind of, I would say ignored, but it was sped past really fast. So we didn't really get to see that in play. So I want to see a little bit more from that too.
Now, one thing I should mention is I said dive tanks weren't necessarily great here on this map. I think they're fantastic on attack. Yes. And already, look, Egatron able to just get one tick by literally just getting to point faster. A couple of picks on the way back to point, though. It's going to make things a little more difficult for both squads. Trash Boat is out of the fight, but they were able to get res. Mycal gone, though. Now, they did get the res off. Remains to be seen if it was worth it or not. Huntington Esports actually putting in a lot of damage now to the point. But in the meantime, Trent Excalibur's got a lot of percentage. They got at least one tick.
Yeah, they got a tick out. They got a couple of late kills, so they can re-engage quick, which with their composition, they definitely can do. They're going to be in a really good spot. Oscar with the barrage ready as well. This could be a very quick take. Minute and a half, roughly, would it look like.
Certainly cut a lot of pressure being put on Doxic. She's out of the equation now, so Oscar just free to launch that barrage. Doesn't have to worry about the sleep dart coming in. Trash Boat not long for this world, and with that, Trent Excalibur has found the first point.
Look, and I gotta also give a little bit of shout out to I'm a Panda. I mean, she's just playing Mei, and if there's one thing I'm a fan of, it's a good Mei play. I haven't really seen a lot of walls just yet, but I'm sure that in the rest of the map that it's gonna come through. A lot more sort of these choky points that you can abuse with the high, or get to the high ground with, or in general work out. Mei doesn't really freeze the target anymore unless it's in Blizzard.
Right.
But they sort of started calling her like a flamethrower almost, because that's kind of how the map moves around now. But it's still ice. It's still snowball. It's still the ice gun. So don't worry about that one. The cryo freezer still lives.
Yeah, there absolutely is. Trash Boat out early, and Egatron able to drop in and get quite a few finishing blows right there with the help of Oscar. So great play coming out from Trent Excalibur, and they got control of that high ground just like you were talking about.
Yeah, high ground, and again, very quickly as well, right? Like they were sort of sitting on there as the defense. Really good, well done for Huntington, like sort of recognizing the strength of that position. But you did see that those side rooms were very, well, sparsely used. And I think what you're going to see a lot in Midtown is like sort of the battle over these side corridors, especially this one that you can see sort of center on the screen right now. Can they recontest though? They should be able to.
Oh, Egatron's going to drop a pretty aggressive minefield that's going to do a lot of damage. Oscar finishing things off with the barrage once again. That combo we've seen twice now from this squad, and it seems to be yielding a lot of success.
I think it makes sense as well, right? Like, so you force an enemy team into a specific area, and either they're gonna die to the minefield or they're gonna die to the barrage, but they can't like avoid both at the same time if you place them well. And it's just a very nicely thought out combination of ultimates. Minefield on its own, barrage on their own, they can sometimes be a little bit ineffective. But I like the way that they're again, like they're combining these. And again, Egatron does not care that they're a tank. They're just gonna go on the back line. They're just gonna play their role.
Yep. Exactly. They're doing what they need to do. They're keeping Doxic busy. In the meantime, Oscar able to find Michael. And that's another huge pick because now there's no res on board, at least for the next few moments. Prozac pops Bob now, and this is going to be quite a bit to deal with. They do have the Blizzard out, though. That's going to slow things down tremendously. Bebop is able to take Ginger out. Trash Boat without a mech is not going to do much good either. And with that, Trent Excalibur looks like they are primed to complete this. It's going to be tough to get even a contest here if you're hunting.
And they're not going to be able to. And it was even not even the most smooth Blizzard that came out there from I'm a Panda. She probably wanted to combine it with like the slam of the Wrecking Ball, which is a very normal thing to do because then of course they can't really move out of it. But because of the defense matrix and the diva, they had to watch out a little bit, and I get that. You know, you can't just throw it out and have Trash Boat eat it because then the whole Blizzard goes to waste. And they still got plenty of value out of it. It was just you saw the sort of like the timing disconnect, and I'm pretty sure that Matrix had something to do with it.
Yeah, exactly. Great showing though. From Trent Excalibur. I mean, you know, it's interesting too. Going back to the to I'm a Panda and the Blizzard. You know, it's Mei is not necessarily, I think, one of the stronger characters at the moment, but Blizzard is still a very, very powerful ult. So, you know, I think a lot of the strategy there revolves around just getting that Blizzard as fast as you can and letting it do the work.
I mean, you say that, right? But there's a lot of value that you can get from Mei walls in particular, not necessarily the freeze. And plus, when you get into her range, again, that ice cryo freezer, like you just like the primary fire, the sort of the spray essentially, does a lot more damage than it used to. Like it's actually really hurting. So if you're able to control the space with your tank and the walls decently, she's very survivable and she does a lot of damage at the same time. So it is a very valuable character, especially, again, played with the right sort of support structure around it.
Yeah, excellent point there. Egatron gonna be swapping over to the Sigma. First time we've seen them go to a more stationary tank this time around. Oscar already has a pick on the Michael. We're gonna see Prozac putting a little bit of pressure on the point now.
Go to Sombra, yeah.
Exactly.
Prozac can just get out by using a translocator. They're gonna be able to as well.
Yeah, I'm a Panda. She drops back just in time.
So I like the reason why I like this is because you're kind of sort of you're doing the same thing, but you're keeping the option open of just having Trent Excalibur give up their position and then taking it over as the attack or taking that high ground. They're gonna go up to it anyways right now. No really a hack that came off. Well, it came out on Oscar. In the meantime, Ginger will just get their life for it.
Yeah, nice rock coming in there from Egatron. Caught them in that train where there's not too many places to go, and that rock's got a big hitbox. Hack comes out to I'm a Panda, but they're able to shake it off with relative ease. In fact, they're gonna get the pick on the Prozac as well. And with about a minute and a half off the clock now, things are looking a little rough for Trent Excalibur. They haven't got the same kind of progress I think they were maybe hoping for on the point.
It looks there's a little bit of disconnect between the tempo hacks that Prozac is trying to throw out and like the rest of the team sort of following up on them. It's not quite the timing, it's just that the target selection looks a little bit off and not as focused as we sometimes see from Trent Excalibur. And it's not about winning 1v1s, it's about winning the team fight, obviously. So let's see if they can get an organized, coordinated move onto the next hack, as we do see Ginger just go down to Dynamite again.
Oh, a nice Bob committed there from Oscar. I'm a Panda, though, taken out of the fight. Nano Boost has been committed to Trash Boat as well, so they're going to be able to do a lot of damage here. But still no other picks coming in at the moment. Huntington Esports doing a good job of just sustaining themselves and maintaining position right here. Oscar is going to eat the business end of an anti-nade once again. In the meantime, Michael has gone down once again. Ginger does find a pick. Can they prevent the res? Not in time, and in fact Beboop gets out unscathed as well.
And this is kind of turning into a ridiculous hold at this stage, especially Oscar with the constant dynamite hits on the DPS to the other side. Not enough support to really help them out. Again, this is where a hero like Yuriko comes in. You get dynamite on you, you just throw a cleanse on it, and it's just gone for a little bit. And that's great. Oscar, though, it's not just the dynamite. It's like the shots have just been insane as well. Used the bomb in the last fight. Already up to 80% almost. Do another one. Got the full suite of ultimates for Trent Excalibur. I don't really know what Huntington's going to do against this. But they got to bait out the ultimates really fast or make the three they have so much more valuable.
Right, and you know, what do you use them for, right? Because the Coalescence can be a great initiation tool, but if the if the Gravitic Flux is popped, it can be great to sustain your team through it. In the meantime, though, Huntington does have a pair of picks, but Trent Excalibur striking back so hard. Egatron on the Sigma finds huge value, but it's not over yet. Huntington is still getting picks. If they can regroup fast enough, they may be able to start this fight with an advantage, and they'll have Bob.
It started out so well. The EMP was beautiful. They got the instant double pick off it, but then the momentum just completely halted. There was nothing they were doing anymore after that. The Gravitic Flux comes through. Oscar's just sitting pretty on the high ground, and it just falls apart as fast as it started to roll.
And here comes the Coalescence, and Bob Ginger going to use the blade now. Can they find the value? The Immort is there. Beautiful placement of the blade. Not going to get any value. Prozac and I'm a Panda both find a kill, but is it going to be enough? Trent Excalibur is just finding the kills. They've got everybody in Huntington just backed up. A self-destruct coming in. It finds two. Is it going to be enough? Trash mode is still on the point, but they eat a rock. They're down to less than half health, and there's still 3 members of Trent Excalibur alive. I don't think anyone's getting back in time. Trash boat, though, did burn a lot of time. Ginger Prozac might be able to touch, but not going to be the case, and Trent Excalibur goes up 2-0.
Oh, you saw that was so tragic. First, the blade comes out, almost gets a couple after the Immortality Field gets away. Then you see Trash Boat flying on the Diva, almost gets the kill on onto like the Mercy and then the Baptiste. Everything goes so low health, but the backline peel and like support supporting each other was just off the charts there. And I mean, I get it. You have a little bit of time left. The Dragon Blade comes out, but there needed to be a little bit more cooldown baiting, especially on the Immortality Field. It's such a valuable tool, and you can see how much it does against you there. How much more it could do than even the Protection Suzu could.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, the Immortality Field, I think, is 5 seconds. Suzu's 1.5. So there's a significantly more amount of time that you have to keep yourself up, to find the heals, to regroup, stabilize whatever it is you need to do with the Immortality Field. Now, it doesn't give you that extra health boost that the Protection Suzu does, but, the trade-off, I think, at least in this case, was definitely worth it.
It definitely was. Like, in this case, it definitely was. And, there's also been some talking, like, oh, just use Kiriko and Baptiste, so you have even more immortality the entire time. And I honestly can't really think of a lot of reasons why that wouldn't be a good idea in a game like Overwatch 2. I mean, again, it kind of depends on what you play with it. Like, if you play something like a Sojourn, if you play something like an Ashe, having a Mercy is just a luxury. That's very nice to have because, a constant damage boost on either of them. And you can even pick and choose which one you go for at every point in time. It's a single pocket, but it's also, the damage boost that comes out with it. The Baptiste is just there for more of like the AoE, the protection, the peel, the backline, all that stuff. It's brilliant, and they're both fairly hard to catch if they use their mobility correctly.
Yeah, it's very, very true. They absolutely are. And actually, in some of the games I've been watching, that has been the difference maker, right? It's just having those supports being a little too slippery, right? A little too slippery to be able to pin down and find and take out of the fight. So that's certainly something that Kiriko has going for her as well. And I'm actually surprised we're not seeing more, dives coming out with like a Kiriko and a Genji, because, there's so much damage that Kiriko can do, right? She gets a headshot. That's 120 damage. That's just tremendous, At that point, Genji could finish somebody off with a dash melee, something like that. So there's lots, I think, of opportunities, lots of different ways that she can slot into a roster. And over time, I think we're just going to see her coming into effect more and more. But today, that doesn't seem to be the case. None of these teams really opting to run her so far.
No, really, haven't really been given themselves or given each other the opportunity to really do it. And no, again, like we kind of like figuring out, right? Is it because she's just actually not that as good as we think she is? Is it because she's so new? And a lot of the time, what it often will come down to is, like, as good as her supportive utility is, you still have the kunai to worry about. Like, can you hit those kunai? They can still be a tricky thing to like think about. Like, do I do enough like extra damage next to the healing that can be sometimes a little bit less, but really shouldn't be? And can I make up for that with the kunai headshots, with the kunai pressure, or even the kitsune rush? It's a good ultimate. You know, like I don't know. Like I'm trying to figure out like why you wouldn't run Kiriko. But then again, you know, the question is how much more does she does than certain other supports in certain situations. And I do think that if you run compositions like this, where you run the Sigmas, where you run like these long range hit scans, she's kind of just sitting there. She can't really use her mobility that much. She's always sort of vulnerable to like long range pickoffs. So she's in the way. So all she could really try and do is sort of like around the corner support a tank or support a DPS. And in that point, why don't you play Ana? Why don't you play Zen? You know, it does make sense.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, you know, the Kitsune Rush, right? We haven't really talked much at all yet about that ultimate. That could be such a beautiful tempo ult, right? Starting a fight off with that, it slots into the same kind of space, I think, temporally as a say Coalescence or an amplification matrix, right? You use it when you engage, and it can provide so much value. But both teams gonna be opting for Sigma here, so again, a little bit slower tank with something perhaps with a little bit more utility for their team. Egatron gonna win that tank duel immediately, so Huntington Esports likely gonna have to back off quite a bit here and try to regroup, but taking a lot of damage. Nice sleep comes out from Doxic. She's able to shut down that blast cannon Omnic immediately, but in the meantime, I'm a Panda finds value, and as soon as Beboop wakes back up, they do as well.
Yeah, you can see the approach between these two teams, right? Where you have the like full-on sniper composition with Oscar and I'm a Panda, and then the other side you had Prozac and Ginger on the Ashe and the Sojourn. Now switching over to the Hanzo and the Sojourn, but what do we see on the side of Trent? Excalibur, it's the Kiriko. She's shown her face. Kunais are out. The Ofuna are gonna be flying. Let's see how much the protection Suzu is gonna work, because it might actually be a very viable tool against potentially the Gravitic Flux.
Yeah, it certainly could be. It could be huge in a lot of different situations. I mean, it can help you get out of a Dragon Strike. Nice Gravitic Flux from Egatron. Slams down 3, 2 of who die immediately. And that's a beautiful play coming out there from the tank.
Yeah, I think what you're going to be seeing as well is that the position of XL Frost, like how aggressive are they going to be? We're going to be positioning. How are they going to use the Swift Step that comes out the entire time? Just like teleport between different parts of the fight between the teammates. And with where snipers and then the tank are usually positioned, there's like this very nice mid ground that Kiriko can play in.
Yeah, there really is. And in addition, being opposite of the Zenyatta, that is so much potential damage coming in from your backline. I mean, just an absolutely tremendous amount. You heard that dink right there.
Yeah,
big
120.
anti-nade, though, from Doxic hits. Not sure if Excel was able to clear that or not, but in the meantime, Prozac does take out I'm a Panda. Finds a nice headshot on Oscar as well. And Prozac really seems to be finding their groove right now. Bebop is going. Look at this. This is a 4K from Prozac at this.
5.
Make it
That's
5.
the ace. Got him, Prozac says. I mean, it's starting to be a trickier and trickier area of the map to play, especially the Widowmaker in, because the sightlines are sort of janked here. Like you'll have defensive. Oh wow. Yeah, at this point.
All right, we see you, I'm a Panda. We see you.
Someone checked NPC, right? No, I'm sure everything is up to code. I'm not really worried about that one. Otherwise, why would you turn it on only in map 3, right? But that being said, really good shot from Prozac. A lot of the time, this like Hanzo play really comes down to sort of predicting where they're gonna come from and how they're gonna walk, and shooting on time so you predict their movement and their line, because it's not hit scan, like it's a projectile, so you can't really say, oh, I'm just gonna shoot directly at you because you'll miss everything.
Here we hear the Kitsune Rush coming out, and Trent Excalibur following it very, very quickly up that hill. They've already got a couple picks from it. Beboop forces had to use that Transcendence as well. Michael does find the res on the Doxic, but she goes down just as quickly as she was res. And now Trent Excalibur on the brink of capturing second.
I did have to use double support ultimate for that, but they will be coming in with a Gravitic Flux and the Bob soon. On the other side, they are going to be Gravitic Flux, the Overclock, as well as the Nano Boost coming out soon. But now we're going to potentially see how that Protection Suzu comes out against the Gravitic Flux. So the way you should execute it is not by throwing it on the ground as you land, but you throw it against like a teammate next to you or a wall or something while you're still in the air. And you have to time that right, obviously, because otherwise the cast time makes it sure that it doesn't activate before you hit the ground. And then if you throw it on the ground, you'll miss the effect essentially. So you still take that like full 50% damage.
Right, yeah. A tricky thing to time for sure.
It really is, yeah. But I mean, it's a second and a half, so it's a little bit of leeway. If they were to nerf that, for instance, then it might be trickier.
Here comes one of the Gridovitic fluxes. Trashbow going to use theirs to try and turn things around. They're able to do that in spades. Beboop and I'm a Panda both and gone. Here comes Bob as well to try and turn things around for Trent Excalibur, but it's going to be all of their teammates just taking so much damage. We're going to be forced back. So nice hold, at least for the moment, coming in here from Huntington. But Trent Excalibur, okay, I was going to say it looked like they had maybe kited away enough, but no, damage still coming in. This fight is absolutely Huntington Esports.
I am also so hyped that we're going to see the Junkrat from I Am a Panda. I mean, she's just pulling it all out tonight, and I love it. I love the different hero flexes, all the picks coming through. That's exactly what you want to see from them.
That's going to cause a lot of problems for Trashbow too.
Yeah. I mean, we're still going to see whether or not Ginger's going to be more effective on that Sojourn, because that is still a very, very strong pick at the moment. But if those nades are just annoying against the shield a lot, and they get potentially a good couple tire kills with an ultimate that's coming up, then yeah, Panda's going to be kind of carrying the team here.
Oh, nicely done. That's going to be Excel, Frost, and I'm a Panda finding kills. Of course, Bebop there with the Discord orbs to help out as well. Michael going to be able to res Ginger, though, so things aren't necessarily over here for Huntington Esports, despite Trent Excalibur still pushing very hard against them. Excel Frost looking to probably pop this Kitsune Rush right around this corner. Uses the protection Suzu to clear that anti-nade off of Egatron as well. Beboop just about has the Transcendence up too. And look at this, I'm a Panda. She's getting in position. She's looking for this optimal place from which to launch the tire. This could be devastating as they don't really have any ults to deal with this.
One.
There's
Fire
the
in the
Kitsune.
hole.
Yeah, Oscar finds Ginger. Oh, here comes the tire. It is loose. There's only a couple members left to try and find. Can they find them? They get Prozac out of the fight. They were already fairly low. Trent Excalibur primed to just walk this one in with a minute 17 on the clock.
Very similar time we saw earlier tonight from like one of the other teams that came through. That was I am just blank on everything for the last that game,
was
St.
Clair.
St. Clair as it came through like a minute one or something. It was like very similar to that. And you saw a similar Trent as well, right? So a little bit of an easy point A push. Then on point B, you get like one or two fights a little bit tricky. And then on C is where like the proper sort of holds happen for the other team. I will say huge turnaround coming out from Prozac on the Hanzo especially, but also when they switched over to the Sojourn for Ginger was a very strong pick. And it kind of was back and forth when they kept on swapping. I don't think we saw like the full sort of flashiness that we can see out of Kiriko, but very solid performance in XL Frost so far on that hero. Like we got to see it, it got some value, and we're going to see potentially more of it. Currently, they are going to run out of defense spawn on the Baptiste. Still going to see two flex supports with the and the Baptiste come out, and Oscar is going to start on the Widowmaker again. Prozac and Ginger, let's see if they've learned and are going to go for a slightly higher, longer range approach than this. Then again, if you're not with a shield, you might just be fine. But with I'm a Panda on the Junkrat, that's also begs the question. The real kicker that we got here, though, is Junker Queen.
Yep.
Junker Queen leading her subject in Shadow Spawn.
Yeah, this is interesting. The first time we've seen her come out today. She was omnipresent previously, but with the nerfs that came into her, she has really found herself on the sidelines more often than not. A lot of damage going into Trash Mode early. Nice rock there, nice accretion, gonna hit Egatron, but doesn't really slow them down too terribly much. Right now, Trent Excalibur doing a good job just holding Huntington Esports at bay at this corner. They haven't really been able to push out too much. Now, Prozac does find Oscar, but in the meantime, Beboop finds another. We've got the res onto Ginger, so Huntington is at full strength right now, and Trent just forced to back up and regroup.
Yeah, Trent's, I mean, maybe coming out in a composition that wasn't maybe entirely meant to work. Like, obviously, Junker Queen, while she was really good in the previous meta, ever since those nerfs came through, as you said, as well as a couple of other like buffs and changes that happened in the in the patch notes. She really hasn't been showing up as much at all, and I mean, I'd say rightfully so, honestly, just because of the way that her power level is currently. They're going to be able to contest once more before this payload gets there, but they need to not get picked off like that. Prozac just aggressively looking at that staircase on the right, especially, just to get some headshots. They've already found the one.
Oscar going to be able to contest point on Tracer, but that is a one shot if he landed just right, and Prozac has been landing shots tonight. Trash Boat does take out the immortality field that Trent Excalibur had put up, so that's definitely a position they can start to move from. But look at this, Oscar able to find the final blow on the Prozac. In the meantime, Ginger finds one, but the res is good, the res is in, so Huntington is back up to full strength, and Prozac was able to finally burst down Oscar. With that, things are starting to fall apart once again for Trent Excalibur, and Huntington, it looks like they started to find a solution here. They found a formula.
Yeah, there's plenty of time still to like either make adjustments or find a different solution to their problems currently for Trent Excalibur. But 4 minutes 20 on the clock is a very good start here, at least on Circuit Royale for Huntington. And they don't really have to use any ultimates for most of this. Like, they still got 4 in the bank just to use the Valkyrie, and Valkyrie is not one of those tools that you're really missing all of the time.
Right. Yeah, it's really not. It'd be great to help sustain. But it's not necessarily game-changing. A nice immortality field there from Excelfrost to keep them alive. They were the only ones caught in that gravitic flux, so that was a bit of a whiff from Huntington. Nano Boost committed as well, but to little to no effect. In the meantime, though, it looks like some of these flankers are actually getting picked off by Huntington. And, oh, again, Prozac. Prozac is just really found themselves right now. They are showing up in an incredible way on Hanzo.
The Brave Tracer play of Oscar not yielding fruit so far. 66% towards that pulse bomb. Good Dragon to try and open some space to contest the point, but Prozac is just not missing right now. It's another double. It's a huge anti-nade. Actually, no, it's anti-nade. It's Rampage that comes through from Megatron. Gets the double with that. With that, they will actually be able to hold in the end, but it keeps being so close, especially with all the picks that Prozac's getting.
Yeah, at this point, Trent needs to, I think, start focusing on Prozac, right? Just start focusing on shutting Prozac down, because, they're really carrying Huntington Esports through this so far. So if you can neutralize that threat, you're likely going to be able to find a lot more success. But Prozac's making that hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really, unless you like eat all the arrows or like sort of deflect them in some way, shape, or form. It is always going to be tricky. It's like very similar to like the Sojin shots, the way the shots. Like, you have to just sort of either avoid the angle altogether, or you're just not going to avoid it. But Prozac is not stopping anytime soon.
No, they are not. We've got a flank Yada on the prowl as well. He eventually gets picked off by Ginger. So once again, Huntington looking pretty good. They got the res on the Prozac too, getting that key crucial player back in the mix. Megatron now, first time we've seen them on the Orisa, taking a lot of damage right now. Hack comes in on the Trash Boat, but Prozac with a Dragon Strike in the follow-up. Again, finding the value that Huntington Esports needs.
Huntington Esports currently on a track to potentially complete this map. 2 minutes to sort of match this time bank that Trent has. 3 minutes just to complete the map in general, which is what they need to do in the first place. Not a gigantic time bank to do it. We saw how quickly time can dwindle away when you're finally on this last objective. But they so far have at least been able to push the cart in a fairly steady pace. Gets another one. Gets another one. It's just not stopping. They do die for it, but the rest just comes through. No harm done. The only thing they will lose is Ginger.
Yeah, this is phenomenal for Huntington Esports right here. They've made so much progress, right, without even really having to engage in a full fight yet here. Just on the back of these picks that they're getting, or that Prozac really is getting. As they go down to very little health right now, they're going to try and push those storm arrows into Egatron, but they eat most of them. Nice shot comes in from Oscar, able to take X-Michael out of the fight, so no more res. Debu's going to use the Transcendence now to try and end the bleeding here, because the Nano Boost was committed on the Trash Boat as well, but in addition, Trash Boat didn't really find much value from the Gravitic Flux, so that was a bit of a miss for Huntington.
This time they are getting actually sort of stopped right now. Prozac
Ooh.
close to another dragon. Of course, we've been looking mostly at their vanilla, just arrows they've been shooting at people. But, you know, dragon can open up some space, although I'm a Panda has been able to do a little bit more on her end.
Yeah, that's very true. She's got the Dragon Strike ready to go as well. Actually, several ults gonna be in the equation for this next fight. Minute and a half left to go, so Huntington not gonna be able to equalize the time bank if they're able to finish. Beautiful shot from Oscar right there. This might be the answer that they were looking for to what Prozac has been throwing at them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, all you can do to beat a Hanzo is to play a better Hanzo, right? Sometimes that's all you need, but no. The Infrasight obviously setting that up for the kill, jump right into it, never jump. Like, when there's a Widow with Infrasights, never jump, because it's the most predictable arc you can do, and good Widowmakers will be trained to hit that headshot. Just a little tip for you in your own games. But, of course, there's a lot of other things you can do, namely AD and crouch spam, and you'll be very, very annoyed.
Gravitic Flux coming out in response to Bob. B-Boost was able to find a kill. Oscar combines for with Egatron, helping to finish things off. Despite going very low, Excel has to commit the Immortality Field, and you know what? That was close, but no cigar here for Huntington Esports. They almost had what they needed in that last fight.
Yeah, and even though cigars are probably in abundance to find here on Circuit Royale, indeed, no to find there for them. Then Excalibur just with the double sniper, actually with the sniper and the Junkrat now again, because you know, I'm a Panda, she's just really attached to that Junkrat, it seems. Going back to that pick. Nowhere close to a tire, but of course, very close to it. Infrasight is Oscar once again.
Ooh, did Trash Boat bite off more than they could chew right there? Ginger goes down very low. I'm a Panda just tossing in grenades left and right. They try to take the high ground from them. That was Huntington's plan right here, but it has backfired tremendously for them. We've got Sigma dropping on the point. They're the last player standing, and with that, Trent Excalibur will be going on to a 3-0 victory over Huntington Esports.
3-0 victory, 3-0 in the standings. You know what? It's almost like Trent Excalibur is just going to be the 3-0 team at this stage. We're not quite there yet.
Yeah.
There's still a little bit of an overtime push going. And the overtime push is going to keep going for a little bit more with all the DPS. Well, the mobility that they're pushing in, especially with the Wrecking Ball.
Oh, yeah, but the Discord's going to hurt quite a bit.
Oh, is that Rip Tire? Close.
Yeah, I'm a Panda getting ready to lose that. Excel Frost has the amplification matrix as well. Here comes the Rip Tire. It's going to find Doxic on point. That's going to be a big part of the stall game that Huntington Esports needed to play. Trent Excalibur has to back up, or Excel Frost has to back up to stay alive. In the meantime, nice kills coming in there, and that will be that. Trent cruises to a 3-0 victory over Huntington.
3-0, and not a drop of sweat expended, it feels like. Now, it was a very convincing win there. Didn't even see point B of Midtown, for example. Yeah, there's like so much coming through here through these two teams. And it does seem that Trent Excalibur, at least in this particular conference, is going to have a very good time of it.
Yeah, that they are. And kudos to Huntington. They put up a good fight, but unfortunately they fall to 0-2, which is not the best place to be here. A little bit shorter of a season, of course, for Overwatch because we got started a little late. So next week they're going to have to really look to buckle down and game up. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves in a tough position. But lots of good things we saw from them today. I mean, especially from Prozac. Prozac is an absolute phenom.
Yeah, they're just unable to stop, really. I mean, unfortunately, you know, one player does not make a team in terms of, you know, like carry potential. We even see at the highest level, like there are some of these DPS players that are just constantly popping off. But you do notice that as soon as a meta isn't that one DPS carry centric, like a hyper carry centric, especially,
right?
It starts to fall off really fast in terms of value. Like the rest of the team does need to contribute. They do need to also do a little bit. You do need to be able to stay alive and also capitalize on the fact that there are fewer enemies around that seem to be a little bit of a problem every now and then. So that's something to work on potentially. Just keep enabling Prozac, obviously, but don't give your own life for it, and don't be a distraction in some way just so Prozac can hit headshots. Because you have the rest of your team it's not like it's a bad team. They definitely have some good players around, but you find sometimes you find that one strat that really tends to work for you, and then you just gotta tool a little bit, like figure out like what are the other parts that we need to make this work even better.
You're absolutely right. But great showing today, of course, from Trent Excalibur. They're going to be a tough team to go up against in the future, especially with that 3-0 match record right now.
Yeah.
Their shots at playoffs are looking really, really good right now.
Yeah, honestly, they might. I'm not saying they've already locked it in, but it's getting very close
It's
already to
close.
that
It's got to
point.
be
Yeah.
close. Yeah.
But there's only one way to find out what they're going to be doing. That's to go into more games in the future. It was this series that ends it, at least for you and me tonight. But we're not done. Oh no! In about an hour, we got the next match slated for at least for this particular stream. So don't go anywhere. Make sure you are all hyped and ready up for that one, because that's going to be a doozy, it seems.
That it will. We're going to be taking a look at MSOE Red and Red Bird Academy. That'll be Chef Billy and Bullskunk bringing you the action there. So definitely one you don't want to miss. But like you said, for us, that's going to do it for us tonight. Any final words before we close things out, Man of Class?
Play more Kiriko. She's great. Do it. Not even play it in comp. Just try it in quick play. It's great. And for all the teams here, try it in scrims. Play it more. It seems to be working just fine for like, half a round. So who knows?
Absolutely. Well, thank you all so much. Thank you to NECC. Thank you for watching. GG's and see y'all next time.
All right, and we are back with our final game of the evening, at least here on B-Stream. My name is Jeff. This is Billy here beside me, and we're headed to Champions Division here for this third game.
Absolutely. We are looking at the Minnesota State College of Engineering.
Milwaukee School of Engineering.
Milwaukee School of Engineering, sorry. And Redbird's Academy team. I had this all planned out, and I absolutely bumbled that one, Jeff. Sorry about that. But we're going to get our first chance to take a look at the Redbird's Academy team as they had a bye in week number 1. Taking a look at MSOE. I mean, they dispatched Southern Illinois Edwardsville. And in their NECC opener, they faced a tough challenge today, though, in Redbird Academy. This would be a chance for Pasha, also in-game known as Tracer Balls, to face some higher-tier adversaries. They have been playing together for quite a while, but there seems to be a lot of shakeups going on at MSOE. They lose people to attrition and graduation, so they've got a great workup coming through there. Redbirds coming through on their other side. They're going to see how much have they gleaned from the top team. Their senior team. Obviously, everybody knows them, Redbird Esports, from Contenders fame and Collegiate Overwatch fame. Let's see how much they have gleaned from the top-tier team, see what they can bring into this. Talking to Edo, also otherwise known as Tracer Balls, the captain, they were talking about, playing comfort picks here in this ELO, what people are comfortable on, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what they bring out here. Core and Nova are going to be leading the charge for the Redbirds, Jeff, so let's see how they work their tank lines, how they decide they're going to work their way through this and make it work it out.
I'm gonna zoom in here on this Milwaukee squad for a second, because you're talking about Tracer Balls, who had the massive number of accents and dots and lines around their name. That's the captain of this squad. And one of the veterans here alongside Corgi and Aiden Hulk. Those three are going to be the ones kind of leading the pace here. The rest, with as far as Dragon and X-Rights, they're freshmen to the squad. Dragon will be the tank here at the front of the squad. But that's alongside some of the bench players in Water Smash and Rattler. I'm expecting the Tracer Balls, Corgi, and Aiden Hulk to try to lead the way for this team and integrate these new freshmen that they have brought on and see if they can find their synergy, find their rhythm between it all.
Well, I mean, they're going to have a heck of a time going up against Redbird Academy. I had a chance to visit Normal, as I mentioned in our earlier broadcast on the mainstream today. Looking at, what are they going to be able to do here? Core, like I said, is going to be one of the leaders of this team. Definitely looking forward to seeing what they bring as far as synergy, ability to take space. What kind of hero pool do they have going forward with their tank? They're both listed, Core and Nova are both listed as their tanks, so we'll see who does what and where we swap the other to see them out. Goose, definitely looking forward to seeing them. They wanted to say, Tracer Balls might be somebody that they are looking forward to taking down in a hurry. So that is something that I'm looking forward to and seeing if Redbirds can come out with a W today.
It's our producer is just giving us a lot of help right now, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. We have already derailed this broadcast, Billy. That's what we bring to the table. We just derail a broadcast immediately as soon as we come on. But the point being, MSOE, Milwaukee, they're looking to keep the streak going. They've already got 1-3-0 win under their belt, but the Redbird Academy team is certainly going to be a strong team to watch out for here in the Champions Division. That's enough about the variety of who's that we were discussing. Let's talk about where we're going. This is going to be a fixed map set here for today. And there they are, all laid out before you. And we get a couple of new maps in here. We got New Queen Street, Midtown, Circuit Royale, all new to Overwatch 2. And I'm excited to get a look and see how our teams want to play around the new additions here to our favorite game.
I mean, Ilios, I'm going to look at standard compositions. I mean, you can still run the Zarya, especially on Well and on Ruins. Lighthouse might be a little bit different. You can run the Reinhardt there. You can run the Orisa there. You can even run a Winston if you're feeling perky about it. Midtown Circuit Royale, I mean, we'll get to those later. I really hope that we get a chance to see a push map today. I was hoping that it would be Esperanza, but we'll deal with Canada, my native land of yore. But Ilios will be the point where we start off our journey here in the Champions Central. And we'll take a look and see what we're going to get out of these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, Control, a classic starting point, and there's good reason for it. We get a really good idea of our comfort zones for our teams with the 3 different varieties that you get in almost every sub-map for every Control map in the game. They offer a lot of variety and a lot of different battlegrounds where a lot of compositions tend to be viable. So it's a pretty good insight as to what our teams want to run, and can kind of give us some foreshadowing of what we might see down the road.
Well, I had a feeling that we might see a Reinhardt here, and, well, Redbird Academy might be obliging us there. Kind of a, strong backline being shown by Redbird Academy here with the Lucio and with the Baptiste. However, MSOE are going to show us double speed here with the Kiriko and the Lucio. So getting on point and establishing yourself is going to be order number 1 for Redbird Academy.
Yep, coming in with the Zarya. You can see Sincho leading the charge, just kind of doing a little flaking and trying to establish some position as Redbird are surrounding this point. Rattler went right down the middle and kind of put themselves in a weird position. You can tell they've taken a lot of fire already. But Hands Up oversteps and ends up going down first. Couple of picks come through here for Milwaukee. And MSOE Red should grab first cap on the back of this, barring a miracle coming out from the other side. No, it's just going to be a little bit of a disengage here. Redbird Academy resetting.
Well, Aiden Hollick deciding that they were going to be great in pursuit of the Tracer. The second time we've seen a Lucio v Tracer duel today, and the Lucio come out 2-0 on that. Nice fakes taken by Rattler. They sped in on Aiden Hulk's speed boost and really surrounded, took Core out of the fight early, and you see the early swap to D.Va, so they're going to try and mitigate a little more damage.
Well, Rattler was getting real aggressive there. Wanted to go pinning into the Mega. I think fortunately for them, clipped that wall. Rest of Redbird are just going to run a point and aim for the back line, but they can't even get close. Tracer Ball is able to take down Sintru, who is leading that charge, and the rest just falter. And this is going to be MSOE Red coming up with a second fight win in a row. Haven't even had to spend an ultimate yet.
Yep, and I mean, Water Smash, even though, they're taken down in a hurry, there's the quick stagger out on Core, so a little bit longer of a wait here for Redbird Academy to get back in. Coming up on a Shatter already for MSOE, so Corgi going to be able to amplify that damage with the window and see what they get out of it.
Rattler's doing a great job of just holding each angle and not allowing any easy access. That Shatter does eventually come through, but a beautiful protection. Suzu means there's no kills on the back of it. Hands Up did fall. Got a little bit ahead of the rest of the pack while they were trying to push forward while the Earth Shatter was going on. Rattler moves in, clean up. There's not much disengage tool available for Redbird with Hands Up gone, so they're kind of just scattered to the winds right now.
Absolutely, they are. We're looking at, what kind of a push they're going to be able to pull in here. I think that Core really needs to hold on to this defense matrix as long as possible. Possibility of the reback coming through here if they are taken out of their mech, and that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, Overclock will take down Water Smash. Core manages to hang on, is actually still in mech, miraculously enough. As Uresi moves in, gets another one. Nice shot. That's 2 under Uresi's belt. Make it 3, coming through. Finally, the final moment. Redbird Academy, they're going to grab this point back, but they got to be perfect from here on out, Billy.
Well, they didn't use any of their support ultimates, nor the self-destruct, so they've actually got a pretty good bank of ultimates going into this fight. However, you're looking at Tac Visor about to come through for Water Smash, and Tracer Balls does have that Overclock ready to go.
It's going to be a pair of Kitsune Rushes layer directly on top of each other. Water Smash is first.
Oh, Tracer
Balls, though, pops that Overclock, immediately finds 2 heads back to back on 2 very elusive characters. That's some fantastic aim coming out of the junior and the captain of this squad. A nice disruptor shot on the back end as well. Kind of stymied the disengage, but there's already been a little bit of a clapback because Redbird Academy aren't going down without a fight. They know this has to be their last stand, and they're able to clutch up in the moment, picking up 2 kills and making MSOE think twice before approaching this point.
but still they didn't get rid of the sound barrier or the self-destruct, and now a pulse bomb is online for Senchu. So I mean, backline's gonna have to really watch out for themselves.
Senchu is on the prowl. Going in. Oh, it did get it! Got the double! Perfectly placed it right in between Water Smash and Aiden Hulk. Didn't stick either, but didn't need to. Just a perfectly placed on the floor, and the splash damage takes out both. Core is able to pick up a pair as well.
Coming up on Final Fight here, Jeff, and I mean, 4 ultimates ready to go for Redbird Academy. Their ultimate economy has been absolutely stellar. They are so disciplined on pressing the Q button. Now Rattler's going to have to find a shatter here, and hopefully they can follow up with Attack Visor.
Corgi's gone over to a Baptiste, try to help Rattler survive a little bit longer in these fights. Rattler's going in deep, looking where to throw down the shatter. But Water Smash falls. Water Smash not going to get a chance to use that Attack Visor. And Uresi with a beautiful dodge. Jumps out of the way of the Earth Shatter. Claps back with the shot right into Rattler's dome. And this is Redbird Academy bringing it all the way back from a 0-99 deficit. And they're going to take round 1 here on Ruins.
All about ultimate discipline, Jeff. That is what Redbird Academy just showed us how to do in spades. They had that 0-99 retake was beautiful, and then they just portioned out when they needed to use an ultimate and was able to hold on and, you know, just keep that bank. The ultimate rotation was absolutely in their favor. MSOE. You know, they were very aggressive out this beginning. They took it to 99%, but then I think they rested on their laurels. They weren't aggressive enough in holding the point and really allowed Senchu and Uresi to get themselves into positions to get the frags and keep the point in their favor. So I think that right now, if you're MSOE, you have to be cognizant of once you have that 99, don't let your foot off the pedal.
Oh, and Uresi certainly found those frags, some wonderful accuracy coming out of them on the Sojourn. MSOE Red swapping over to a Winston here as we move into Lighthouse. And it's going to be a fight over cage to start things off as Rattler has circled around, try to get some cleave damage in. Is going to leap up to the high ground behind the rest of the team, while Corey landed a beautiful anti onto Core that allowed him to get him down to half health. Goose is going to fall in the back. The Water Smash somehow in this chaos gets picked off, and then now, well, it's Redbird with no supports trying to last through the rest of this fight. There's not a lot of punching power here for MSOE Red, so it's Corgi who's going to do the work. Finds the D-Mech, finds the kill on Essential as well, and it's the Ana player coming through in the lieu of there being no damage.
Granny for the win there, and that's first point cap over to them, and look at the ultimates going up already. I mean, we're looking at Corgi at 50% to Nano. Hand Soap almost 50% towards that sound barrier, but I think that the Nano going in probably put it on Rattler, not only to build up towards self-destruct, but also make those micro missiles absolutely lethal.
It also adds quite a bit of sustain to that tank that already has 650 health, including half of that being armor. So it definitely makes Rattler a lot harder to deal with. Along the outside, it's 100 charge here for Core, as it's controlling underneath Lighthouse. Seems to be the optimal strategy for Redbird. Core very low, Hand Soap very low as well. Hand Soap 95 to that sound barrier, gets topped off with some healing of Fuda, but still can't get the sound barrier off, and Hand Soap is going to fall. MSOE Red now have an opportunity, especially with Rattler back in Mac, to come push back in. Tracer Balls is going to pop the overclock, and it's going to finish off Ghost. Didn't even really need the alternate fire to make that happen. Trying to find your Uresi. It looked like that was a body shot to get him low, and Water Smash finishes them off. MSOE Red, they're going to flip this point right back.
That is fantastic work out of them. Only 17% given away, 18% given away. And, you know, we're building up towards self-destruct now. 10% away for Rattler, so that's going to be an extra fight extender as they climb past 50% here. Oh, let's hope Rattler's hungry, because Graviton Surge is online. You can pair that with the overclock. I think they're going to go ahead and invest the blade going into this fight.
Yeah, I definitely would combine it with that Graviton Surge even. See what you can get. Gravity's out, got Aiden. Rattler turned around. Rattler was flying away. Core thought they had a chance, and it was all just a bait. Rattler swings around to gobble that up and then launches the self-destruct to buy a lot of space here for Milwaukee School of Engineering. Tracer Balls with a kill on the back end as Rattler goes in to try to battle Core. Nice heal nade means Rattler can stay in this fight for quite a bit longer. Actually, it's just going to go move in to try to pick off the back line. And Core can't escape. It's Corgi coming through not only with the heals, but the damage as well.
Yeah, and there's a flip once again, crossing 80% now. Self-destruct off the table, obviously, but now Nano available. That's extra staying power. You've got the Tac Visor. Maybe Nano Tac is the way you go. You just have to watch out for the bubbles and, you know, make sure that you're cognizant of where Zarya is with those two abilities.
So Red not playing too close. Core swapped over to a D.Va to come back into this fight. Sound barrier out. The boot comes in. Corey does get that nano boost off just in the nick of time, but I believe that was on the Water Smash. No, it's on to Rattler. Excuse me. There it is. The glowing blue mech on the front of your screen. Unfortunately, Rattler is one of the only remaining members alive here for Milwaukee. And Redbird Academy clean up whatever is left. That's going to be the flip. 32% and counting.
Well, now the ult economy has definitely flipped in favor of Redbird Academy. You're going to have the Overclock and Blade probably in the fight and a half for Senchu. So, I mean, you've got lots of options here to hold on. We saw this happen before, Redbird Academy going way down, you know, on Razor's Edge, and they end up pulling out that first round.
Yeah, I mean, Redbird brought it back from a 0-99 to win first round. This one, they're already halfway there, but they've lost hand soap on the approach as Aiden Hulk is able to find that boot. Aiden Hulk in the back looking for Goose as well. Goose goes up high, 1 health. Oh, Aiden Hulk wants it. Rattler is going to protect them, taking Uresi out of the fight, who was trying to appeal for their support. I think Goose got out, but everybody had to run off, and MSOE red cap. This is going to be 1-1. We're headed to Lighthouse to close this thing out.
Yeah, and Senchu never got a blade. And that's how much work that I saw Rattler doing, especially with the defense matrix, always watching and peeling back for the supports. Great work there from Rattler and the D.Va, making sure that the Aiden Hulk and Corgi were never really under much duress. We saw Senchu try to get in the back, and you just saw the defense matrix come up time and time again. So smart switch over there for MSOE. They do pull us level here in Ilios, the penultimate map here, being Lighthouse. We saw the Winston come out a little bit from MSOE, but I think sticking with the D.Va here, you know, the damage mitigation is just too powerful here in this elo.
Like I say, we've also seen those veterans that we were talking about really leading the charge here for MSOE Red. Corey doing a fantastic job on the Ana as we see a heal nade come in early that also put the ante on the hand soap. It was a bit early in the fight to take down hand soap, but it did keep Rattler alive. Now MSOE are just kind of in a frontline struggle here to see who can grab first control. Senchu feeling the brunt of that, has to run off to the rooftops. Meanwhile, Core taking a lot of damage. Core will get D-Mech. Senchu does find Water Smash. This is just a big back and forth. Corgi showing up in the feed again, though. In fact, both of the supports here for MSOE Red. Both of these veterans from the Raiders doing a good job of leading this charge. Hand Soap does bail them out, but it's not going to be enough to take this point.
Nope, and I mean lots of boops going on, lots of environmental kills. Everybody acting like a lemming right now.
It's a swim party.
It is. It's a pool party going in on in the beaches of Greece here. But you know, early fight looks right now. I mean, Corgi almost has that nano available already, leading the entire server right now in ult charge. So I mean, that's going to be an early boon to hold this point.
Absolutely. We saw it go on to Rattler last time. I would anticipate something similar here. We'll see how the situation unfolds. Oh, Corgi. That was really close. Handsoap was looking for another one. Sleep Dart doesn't quite land. Handsoap's headed to the outside. Still trying to hunt down Corgi. Corgi is very low. Eyes focused in on the main fight. A little help from Uresi to get the final blow. Handsoap and company are able to take them down. Redbird Academy are without their tank at the moment, though, so they're going to have to do this with just squishies if they want to take advantage of the lack of Ana on the battlefield at the moment. Senchu is still in this fight, trying to trace down Tracer Balls. Couldn't quite land the dash, and Tracer Balls head inside with a Disruptor Shot to protect their entrance. A lot of low health bars here for MSOE as Corgi is returning to the fight. Self-destruction by a little time. This Nano goes on to Tracer Balls as they pop the overclock and trying to find the last 3 members left after the self-destruct dealt with the first 2.
I mean, you probably could have held on to that. I mean, I know that they wanted to finish up the fight in a hurry, but still, that was I
don't think they expected the self-destruct to get 2. Like, they had already planned to pop the Nano and the Overclock, and Rattler gets 2 kills, and I think they're like, well, we're committed now.
Well, Blade versus Sound Barrier here, so we're going to see if this Kitsune Rush is going to help out and get this point, because we're closing in on 90%.
Aiden Hulk does pop that sound barrier down, and MSOE are trying to push back in. Corky's able to pick up one as everything fades out. Sintru is still holding on to this blade. Never really got a chance to use it. Now in the final moments is going to come in. Redbird has control momentarily. Sintru only gets one before getting finished off by Corky, and MSOE Red take the map. Handsoap can't quite touch in time. And despite the plethora of ultimates, Redbird Academy are not able to use them effectively when it comes down to that final fight. A beautiful job from Milwaukee, and they're rewarded with a map win.
Well, I tell you what, Milwaukee showing up and showing out there, taking the last 2 maps here in Ilios. Where did the ultimate discipline go? I know that we kind of held on to ultimates on Ruins, and it worked out in their favor. However, this time, sometimes you need to press Q to initiate a fight and maybe pull out some of the resources from the opposing team and make it an easier ingress onto the point. However, MSOE, I mean, that self-destruct, I did not expect it to land anything, especially the way they just kind of casually threw it up in the air, but I mean, they timed it to perfection. Corgi might be a little bit standout here. A couple of questionable nano uses, but showing up in the kill feed, definitely a bloodthirsty grandma for them. So we'll see if they can continue this on as we head into our second map.
I mean, I didn't see what happened to prevent Sintru from pulling out the blade, but I feel like that was your main win con there going into that fight. That's especially when you had the Kitsune rush on the battlefield to run in. You could get, I mean, double slashes coming out. Like it's an incredibly powerful combo. But for whatever reason, I mean, be it a boop or you know, they got chipped down low and didn't feel like they could safely execute with the ultimate. For whatever reason, Sintru's not able to get the Dragon Blade there and kind of with the rest of the team, and it just kind of fumbled from there. Just felt a little clumsy on the entrance. Redbird had a lot of ults to work with. They still had that discipline that you were speaking of, but they weren't able to effectively get value out of them.
Yeah, that's just the crux of it, is that they just didn't have the time. They didn't have their timing down as far as when they wanted to, go ahead and pull the trigger on it. And they don't carry over into your next map, so you have to use them eventually. Like I said, I would have liked to see them pull that blade. I would have liked to see them pull that blade out. And pull the resources, pull that sound barrier out, and then hit the Kitsune Rush. I think that you would have got a lot more value out of it. But, things as they are, we're going to head to Midtown next, and we'll see if there's any changes coming up here. Looks like Redbird Academy have decided to go onto the attack here. So we'll take a look and see what Milwaukee is going to do here. I am just going all over with these Midwestern M names tonight. Milwaukee is going to be going in here on the defense, and they're going to show us the Sigma. I like this pick. Reasons why. Experimental barrier. I mean, it's impeccably strong. It can hold a point. You can allow your team to shoot behind it. You can rotate it in with your kinetic grasp, building up your over health there. Also, the accretion disc will be able to stun, so you've got that CC coming in there as well. And you don't have to recharge the hyperspheres. They fire at a pretty decent clip and put out a surprisingly good amount of damage. So, I mean, the tank department right now, I love it. We're going to stick with the double hit scans here in the Sojourn and with the Soldier coming out the gate.
Yeah, on the other side. We get to see the Kiriko again, which makes me very happy because it's a high skill hero. If you can land the headshots, you can get a lot of value, and there's a lot of trickiness to use the Kiriko. Goose already extremely low, as a matter of fact, as if so we were trying to focus them down.
Oh, man.
Nova way out in front here with this Zarya. I mean, they just ran past the tanks. Rattler, Nova, ships passing in the night as they run into each other's backlines. And do a little do-si-do here on the objective. Aiden just got 2 kills with 1 punch. Okay, as you do a Zenyatta, then lines up a beautiful volley onto Uresi. Looks like Aiden Hulk on the Zenyatta. These were the spheres we needed to be watching for. The hyperspheres were just a red herring.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a fantastic start for them. Good hold, a minute off the clock, and definitely building up those ultimate banks. Nova, got extremely aggressive there, ended up taking the position on the point, got high charge, but kind of left Handsoap and Goose behind, kind of left them out to dry, didn't have the bubbles to support each other. So now you're taking a look at MSOE holding corner here by the fire truck.
Yeah, and Nova, once again, kind of pressuring down. You can see the ult fire shots headed up to that high ground. Oh, Goose gets popped on the way in there. There's just no protection there. Goose was wide out in the open. Easy pickings here for Tracer Ball, so he's not going to the back looking for Handsoap, but Handsoap's already dead. Might as well turn their attention on Nova, who is low, discorded, deleted. Back in spawn you go. And this is going to be MSOE. Milwaukee holding on to this point once again. 2 fights in a row. They've eaten up almost half the time.
Oh my god, what a beautiful disruptor shot coming out of Tracer Balls as well. I mean, Edo is absolutely clocking people in their face holes, and you love to see it. You do have the Pulse Bomb ready to go for Senchu's Tracer in this next fight, but there's a lot of sustain. The Discord Orbs, Jeff, that is something that is really helping them win these fights in a hurry.
Those Discord Orbs are vicious. I mean, it's still one of those powerful cooldowns in the game. Running in for the Pulse. That's going to take out Water Smash. Rattler looking with the Flux finds two with that as well. And that's just good use of ultimates. It's going to be a little bit of a back and forth, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Milwaukee who takes it. Tracer Ball is having a huge impact on the Sojourn. Got a couple kills before finally getting taken out. Now, my question is do Redbird do enough to come in with a good retake?
I don't know. I mean, with Rattler holding up on high ground here and has basically the entirety of the remaining members of Redbird in the subway car, Rattler just be able to rotate back to point and then take on any kind of offenders in their stride.
Yeah, and the defense does make it back, so Redbird don't get any kind of power play or player advantage here coming on this next fight. But they do have this Kitsune Rush to run in with. Nova trying to find a place to throw down this Graviton Surge. Doesn't look like they want to settle for just a solo on a Rattler as everybody surrounded Rattler and just going to take them out with primary fire. Senshu wakes up for a nap and is looking to go punish Grandma for their misgivings. And it's Nova that comes in and does such.
Well, I mean, you have a chance. You had a chance there, but I mean, losing Corgi there like that, you just go ahead and hold on top of the Midtown Tunnel and make your stand there. 3:04 left on the clock here. As Redbird's starting to show a little bit of that discipline that we saw on Ilios, really holding ultimates, not really putting too much into these fights. Their economy certainly working a lot better here, but Rattler almost has another Gravitic Flux. That's definitely going to slow them down. It's going to be a battle of the Tanklets here, Jeff.
Yeah, and I think Sentry's going to try to go in and see if they can get the Transcendence out to open up room for Nova to use this Graviton Surge. As far as the Flux is concerned, Hand Soap's got the sound barrier for that. So the same could be true with the attacking team. Doesn't want to push in. There it is. There's the push, and there's the protection. Aiden Hulk lands the volley of shots. Does eventually drop it, but it is to defend against the Graviton Surge. Nova loses a lot of health and has to drop back down. Then the late Gravitic Flux is going to finish Nova off. No more bubbles left, and Water Smash drops down into an antied and already wounded Redbird squad. The auto-aim proved valuable with that ultimate tack visor. And it's going to be another win here for the defense. 2 minutes on the clock.
But they invested 3 ultimates into that fight, Jeff, so it was a super expensive fight. 2 minutes left on the clock. That Pulse Bomb is still on the board for Senchu. So that's what I'm looking at right now. You don't have the Transcendence. You can go in there. I'm telling you what, Aiden Hulk has this on lock. They have a second guess, a second sight of being able to tell when Senchu's trying to make that flank and drop the pulse.
Yeah, so good at protecting their flank. Admirable. Impressive quality from anything you know how to player. Nova pushing in deep and was trying to put some damage down to the backline. Rattler did a good job of protecting, and it's actually Uresi who falls. So Nova's now on cart and just going to fight for some point presence. Once again, going toe-to-toe with the tank player. Goose dropping the Kitsune Rush to try to make that happen, but look at that, they just run right into an ante. Corgi picks up two. The honor laying waste to the ranks of Redbird Academy.
Aiden Hulk is not taking any noise from Senchu whatsoever. Either with the Lucio that we saw on Ilios and now with the Zenyatta here on Midtown. I mean, this is a fantastic whole reminder. They had 3 minutes and 2 seconds going in here. They have not cleared the tunnel yet, so they're holding high ground here, and I'm loving what I'm seeing. Swap here now for Nova going over to the Diva. They've got to mitigate some of this damage.
Yeah, Ghost is going over to the Baptiste as well, so no more of the Kiriko. And it looks like they're opt to try to just dislodge Milwaukee from the high ground as opposed to trying to run underneath. They're just going to take a direct full frontal assault here. And finally at least take down Aiden Hulk, get the Discord off the battlefield. Water Smash falls as well. Rattler just trying to respond. Only finds one with that Gravitic Flux. The rest of the team is cleaning up all of Rattler's friends. Rattler returns from the Gravitic Flux and realizes that they are a lone player standing here for the Raiders, and this is going to be a point cap.
Absolutely. I mean, great rotation there. You know, they dislodged MSOE from the high ground, and now it's all about pursuit. Do you have your slide available? Yes, you do. Tracer Balls barely getting out with their lives, but Nova closing in on self-destruct. Nice tight quarters here. You might be able to find something with it. Aiden Hulk, couple of right clicks might get them up towards this Transcendence. We'll see what they got in store here.
Well, there's not really any particular you gotta be worried about with the Transcendence now. Like the Graviton Surge is a clear, like, hey, I've got a whole trans for this ultimate. Very AB kind of scenario. I think they could get aggressive with this Transcendence, assuming they can live long enough. Uresi has other plans as 2 quick kills come through as the overclock. Finally, the Transcendence comes out, kind of in desperation to keep the other 2 members alive. As it's a 5v3 on the back, and Nova getting very, very aggressive, having that self-destruct to get back into their mech. Did they not pop the self? They did not pop the self-destruct. Okay. Okay, maybe either just a little late on the Q button or I just wanted to hold on to it. But either way, they're running out of time.
I mean, they got sound barrier, so that's going to hold them up through this. Sentries are going to have another pulse bomb in this next fight, Jeff. So, Tac Visor and the overclock from the DPS for MSOE. You might also get a nano here, depending on how much damage they take here. I don't know. This is going to be a very back-and-forth fight. Let's see what they got coming out here with this self-destruct.
Amplification Matrix, and Nova runs in with the help of a bit of a sound barrier, so it's double support ult layered. Nova already low, then the Gravitic Flux from the defense trying to find some of the squishies. Nova finally drops that self-destruct to great effect. Finds 2 with that. Tracer Ball's trying to bring it back with an overclock, but it's just too overwhelming odds for them to be able to pull it back this time. Redbird Academy, it took every last second and then some they had, but they are able to finally get this fire truck to its intended destination. 3 points on the board for Redbird Academy.
Yeah, but there was a opportunity missed. Water Smash held on to that Tac Visor for I don't know what they were waiting for. If they were waiting for the nano to come through from Corgi, but they had an opportunity to at least pin Redbird on the corner there before the fire truck actually made the turn there. So missed opportunity there for them, but you know, Redbird Academy proving tenacious here. They do get the 3 points in overtime. So let's see what MSOE here are going to be able to do on their attack. Are they going to bring out the Sigma in a offensive capacity? Because Rattler did get a lot of work done with that Sigma. So I don't know. You could bring it out, especially with the CC. We saw it, you know, when they actually did land the accretions down, Jeff. That's when we saw Senchu really get pinned down, get taken out, blown away back into spawn. We'll see. We'll see what we got coming out here as we show Redbirds showing us the same composition coming out. I like Nova on this Diva. Definitely was mitigating a lot more damage. You saw that Redbird Academy was a lot more durable in these extended fights with that defense matrix, and also with Goose flopping over to the Baptiste. So those 2 hero swaps right there, really extending fights, really keeping them up and moving. So, you know, let's see how it does here on the first point of Midtown.
Yeah, I think that was kind of in response to what MSOE were running, and they have switched it up entirely. So I don't know if Redbird Academy are going to be as happy with their defensive composition. Once they see the Wrecking Ball and the Sombra coming at them, Wrecking Ball, kind of an unusual pick. You don't see it a lot in Overwatch 2 high-level play, at least not yet. But still very, you know, very doable. And still very, very mobile. So at a single tank scenario, Wrecking Ball used to be the preferred tank back when you'd see like triple DPS before 222 was even a thing. You're going to run solo tank, it'd be Wrecking Ball. MSO Red making good use of it here. As they're able to get some early kills and just create a lot of chaos. Redbird Academy have managed to get the kill on a Corgi, though, which is a lot of the sustain out of this fight. It'd be difficult for them to bring it back, but not impossible.
Definitely not impossible, but I mean, taking Nova out of the fight early is a good boon for them. Now they just need to follow up on it. Senshu's going to have Pulsar Bomb coming into this next fight. Nothing on board for MSOE, so definitely backline needs to watch their flank and see if they can catch out this Tracer before they are able to hit the Q button.
Rather going all the way in the back. Redbird Academy wisely looking to just try to focus down the 1 DPS and both supports that are currently under the train. Rattler dropped mines, but it didn't matter. Nova came in and was able to kill them nevertheless. Water Smash falls, and Redbird Academy are holding on. Yeah, Rattler, after a couple of tries, is like, nah, that's enough of the Wrecking Ball. Let's go over to that Diva.
I'd rather see the Sigma, actually, because you can't block an accretion. You can't defense matrix it. Putting the Diva on the ground and then following up on it, especially with a hack, for Tracer Balls would be the way to go.
Rattler was going to receive a Nano and see if they can close the distance here and just equalize it. Yeah, with Tracer Balls at their back, I mean, it's a beautiful look at that. One hack, boom, everybody follows up on it, both DPS and the tank. Rattler, Tracer Balls, and Water Smash, all chasing these hacks down just with beautiful execution. That one's going to go on to Sinchu. Just kind of a, hey, we know you're there. Sinchu's going to try to stall. But now it's just trying to survive. Never mind, stalling, just live. Nope, not going to do that either. And Matrix dropped in from the other side, so the team returning. Goose is able to find a kill with a beautiful flurry of headshots on the back of that. Big Bio Nade is on a Nova and Hand Soap at the moment. MSOE Red will have a sound barrier here to close this out if they need it. Oh, Rattler's gone. The sound barrier is in. This has gotten really messy. Self-destruct out, so Nova's going to get back into that. It's a 3v3 on this point at the moment. No, it's going to be a 4v... No, well, now it's a 3v4. Favoring Redbird Academy as Water Smash and Corgi go down. That'll bring an end to this fight, finally.
Uresi pulling the high ground on top of Fire Station there, getting the shots down on top. Less than a minute to go here, Jeff. We've got the Pulse Bomb ready to go. EMP should be gotten this next fight.
Yeah, Red Tracer Boss is only 15% away from that one. You can see just kind of stalking the back line, providing information to the rest of the team. Let Milwaukee know the best area of entry here to try to take this point. Gets that hack down, self-destruct into the back. Goose is still able to just get cover behind the fire trip, but everybody's pressing him down, and now the EMP is out. EMP found everybody but Sentru, and immediately both supports are gone. Uresi has gone ahead and popped to the overclock, but they're like a lone surviving member at this point at this it seems, and yeah, that didn't last long.
Nope, and I mean, now you've got Nano Tac Visor, maybe going into this next fight. We know that is a that's a filthy combo coming in. Nothing else on board for MSOE. That was an expensive fight once again. Now Redbird need to build up towards Sound Barrier to hold off against any kind of aggressive push coming out of MSOE.
Well, they're going to get aggressive. Nova just pushes forward and knocks Water Smash off that high ground. I mean, look at how much position Redbird are grabbing. They've moved all the way up to this corner. There's going to be a Nano Tac Visor coming out from Milwaukee. Immortality Field used in the interim, and there's a big Bionade up there. Uresi and Sentru couldn't heal. Rattler's chasing him down. Uresi will fall. It's just beautiful teamwork. The sound barrier does come through to at least whoever remains of Redbird Academy. They find the D-Mech on a Rattler, and it's a 4v3 favoring the defense at the moment. That is swinging a little bit, and once again, a very broken fight. That's coming down to a lot of this individual DPS play. That was a nice disruptor shot, and Uresi's able to follow it up on to Water Smash. Ant Matrix out, and Redbird Academy are investing into holding here. They don't want to let MSOE Red go any further. Aiden Hulk threw down the sound barrier, but Sinchu immediately destroyed them with a pulse bomb.
Yep, I mean, there was nothing for them to do there. I mean, they just were chasing their tails. Didn't have a clear intent about where they were wanting to go, Jeff. So that's what lost them that fight. They didn't have a clear direction. Once the Nanotac Visor didn't get the value that they saw and that what they wanted, the fight was basically over. Goose with the huge Immortality Barrier completely negating that ultimate combo. So now 60 seconds left, and they're looking very worse for wear.
Running out of time indeed. Now, they did have a lot of success with this EMP on point A. Let's see if Tracer Balls can do it again here. I think getting in quick with it. Don't give Hand Soap time to pull through the sound barrier. All right, they're going to use self-destruct to open up. There's the EMP. EMP finds 4. And well, forced Goose down. They were not able to throw down the Immortality Field to protect against that self-destruct. So a good solid start. MSOE did lose Water Smash, but they are in control of the situation. There it is. Rattler finally finishes off Uresi. It still wasn't as clean as Milwaukee would have liked, though, Billy.
It took 3 ultimates as well. I mean, that's the other big thing into this fight is that they used 3 ultimates to get there. They're going to be in overtime as they contest this next point, and Overclock and Sound Barrier are going to be on the board.
Their defense has plenty of tools to work with, including that sound barrier is going to come out immediately as Redbird are just going to get aggressive. It's hands up trying to run down Corgi while Nova deals with the DPS. Nova's going to find goes in and just helps with Corgi as well. Nova is all over the map. Nova's just going to kill everybody. Throw down a self-destruct. Well, that is going to get Rattler out of mech. And this is going to be Redbird Academy tying up the series. They're going to take Midtown. Good hold here on second point. And it's enough to send us into map 3, all tied up.
Yep, telegraphed EMP bomb combo, only picking up one goose, and then you just didn't see the follow-up after that. So that was the big win condition for them to take the tunnel. Really, Redbird showing great patience, great tenacity on top of that tunnel after, a pretty extended first point. So now we're all tied up. We're definitely going to see a map 4, so we're going to see a push map here in our last match of the day, but we're going to throw it to a quick little break here, Jeff, as we catch our breath, get ourselves hydrated, and get ready for map number 3.
We are all tied up here in this Champions Division matchup between MSOE Red and Redbird Academy. I mean, it was Milwaukee School of Engineering coming out strong there in map 1, but Redbird put up a heck of a hold on Midtown, Billy.
They really did, and I mean, it was all predicated on when they swapped over to the Baptiste, and they also brought out the Diva. Those were the two big changes that they made that really MSOE were not able to counter. I mean, Corgi was getting work done. I think the nano applications may be a little bit wonky, but we'll see if they're able to bring it back around here in our third map. But Redbird's definitely pulling out the switcheroo on them. I think that, Immortality Barrier, even though, Kiriko does exist, I still think that the Immortality Barrier, especially when you're under straight duress like you saw there with the Nano Attack Visor, it kept them all up. It kept them all nice and topped off and healthy, and, they were able to sustain through it, able to mitigate the damage. Core absolutely showing what we needed to see there. And I loved that from a defensive standpoint. So now we're going to see what happens here on Circuit Royale. I expect to see Rattler out here on the Sigma. Sigma very strong here, especially defensively. You're able to hold corners. You're able to put that experimental barrier out there. The hyperspheres, you can ricochet them off walls and not even put yourself an LOS of the enemy team. So those are big things that I'm looking at here for them from a defensive standpoint. They're still holding with this, they're bringing Aiden Hulk back out on the Zenyatta, so really want to see that Discord Orb back into play. They had a really good time of it when they were starting their defense on Midtown. Just a little bit more peel. Either Tracer Balls or Water Smash have got to get back and take care of Aiden Hulk on this Zenyatta. We know how very fragile the Omniqueeler is. However, Corgi, I think I might want to see a little bit of extra utility out of them, using those nades maybe to self-preserve rather than trying to anti the other team. I know that it's extremely powerful, but sometimes you got to keep yourself alive before you can move forward.
And we've seen how much Redbird Academy have shifted their attention to try to focus down the support line of Milwaukee. Realizing how much damage they were doing there after map 1. I think it's one of the biggest adjustments we saw heading into Midtown. We're getting Sigma not only from the defense, but from the attacking team as well, as Redbird have looped around to that left-hand side. That was an ambitious rock there from Rattler, trying to land the accretion onto a jumping goose. It's going to be both of our Sochorts finding first blood here to start things off. Core tilts the balance with a nice accretion, high ground game, but that's your Resi peeking into Tracer Balls, and Tracer Balls just lets them know why you shouldn't do. That's going to follow that beautiful kill onto Hand Soap. And this is a nice little counter punch coming out of the Raiders.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing here. They were able to really kite away from the damage, the early picks, especially onto the Zenyatta there. You lose that damage upgrade while you're waiting for them to come back and spawn. But Tracer Ball just said, I'm done with this. I'm not dealing with your stuff anymore. We do see Hand Soap pulling their own Zenyatta out here, and Senchu taking down Aiden Hulk again, so that Discord Orb off the rails once again.
Aiden Hulk has just been under so much focus. I mean, look at the old difference between Aiden Hulk and Hand Soap right now. That's just a matter of being alive and in the battle. And Senchu, the select little move, able to find Water Smash. Well, Corgi super low, tries to use that nade to self-heal as you suggested, but Tracer Ball still falls, and Senchu is able to get that nice little red dot in the top right corner kill food. This should be a cap here for Redbird. Rattler is open to find a place to use the Spirit of Vedic Flux. He's going to go ahead and drop it down. Only found Core with that. Core immediately responds with one of their own. And it's Redbird Academy. They're able to get this car across the line.
All right, right now, I mean, Tracer Ball is doing the yeoman's work there on the Sojourn. However, I think Water Smash, bring out a Tracer. Bring out something a little bit more elusive. Switch it up a little bit because the Soldier is just not getting the value that you hoped it would.
The barrier appeared. Return to me.
Nope, defense just going to hold up top, slowly push forward, find room here. Yeah, Nano Boost onto Tracer Balls as they use the Overclock as well. That's a lot of damage coming out. The Tracer Ball just right up in the thick of it, able to pick up one. Now we're going to turn around, lands one shot, get the finish onto your Resi. There it is, beautifully done. Tracer Ball stepping up to the plate in a big way here for MSOE.
2 ultimate usage there, not bad at all. You're going to have Transcendence in for the next fight. So, I mean, you can either use it aggressively and build up towards it once again, or you can hold it. Either for, you know, I mean, the Gravitic Flux obviously is the hold for that. But, I mean, you can actually use it a little bit aggressively and hope that you are able to hold a lot longer, because 3.5 minutes here to get through point B. I like the positioning that MSOE is holding right now. We just need to see a little bit more focus out from, especially Uresi on this Widowmaker,
who has already popped the Emphasite. Edenholk able to catch up, and both Transcendents came online at the exact same time. So good job from Edenholk to catch up in that previous fight. This is the defense just putting up and getting aggressive, but Tracer Balls gets punished for that as they try to press forward. Handsoap's able to land one of those volleys. And now it is Redbird Academy who have started to swing this the other direction. Pushing up 94% to the Gravitic Flux. Gets their Kinetic Grasp canceled by the Rock, but it's just working up to the ultimate, throws down the shield. Now going to try to finish off Rattler. Ooh, the Transcendence is forced out early. Transcendence from the other side. Core's going to be able to use this without much mitigation. Oh, the Rock! No, it's the shot from Uresi that interrupts Rattler's Gravitic Flux. And Core doesn't even feel the need to have to pull the trigger on their ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, you can hold it out for really in terminal right now. So, I mean, this is going to be point B captured, and you're going to have that Gravitic Flux and Overclock into the next fight. This has turned from a good hold to a very dicey situation going into point 3. One Gravitic Flux right now can get you around the corner here and really start to push on that home stretch.
Rattler really pushed up and kind of got past the optimal position. And then, of course, got sniped out of their own Gravitic Flux. Each play from Uresi to shut that down, because that was a big Flux. It had 3 in it. If that had landed, this fight could have gone an entirely different direction. But as it stands, Uresi has an ult online, but Redbird Academy are now down 1. Tracer Birds is able to find first blood here on point C. Make it 2 there for Tracer Balls. That's both DPS falling at the hands of the Sojourn and this Rail Cannon.
Man, but they gave up so much space. They gave up both corners here. So now you're going to have to hold around high ground at the top of Hotel Arsh here on point 3. Sites have been popped, but it's a almost full bank of ultimates here for Redbird Academy.
Oh, Water Smash. Just gets dinged. It wasn't a headshot, but with a Discord or the body shot was enough. They Matrix up. Tracer Balls is able to pick up 1, though. Situ comes in over the top and proves themselves to be the more dominant Sojourn in this particular battle. Now Rattler desperately trying to hold this corner, has Water Smash returning to the fight, and Corky's still back there doing what they can to keep the Sigma alive right now.
Oh, bugger me. Pop the... Oh, my lord. They have a Water Smash's number. He's picking corners and not even seeing the shot coming in.
Gravitic Flux up. And Rattler goes down. Now Core is just going to march into this back line. Plans the creation. We got Attack Visor coming out from the back, but there's just so much to protect against it. Immortality Field used, and Goose is going to fall. Water Smash finding some values. The Wrecking Ball returns, and it's Zenyatta healing only for Redbird Academy as they try to close out this final attempt. Rattler hanging on, trying to buy time for the reinforcements to get there, but it's too little too late in the end. As 1 by 1, MSOE Red find themselves in the crosshairs. 3v3 actually on the point as the kills slowed there momentarily, but Milwaukee are not able to find any kills of their own. Uresi is in that back line, laying down cover and fire, providing Overwatch, coincidentally enough.
I like what you did there. I mean, that's just a clinical push there. You know, we saw a couple of bummed out ultimates not go the way of MSOE, and Redbird absolutely capitalizing on them. Most notably, the Gravitic Flux that would have turned a fight around there on point 2. Redbird Academy and Uresi scoping out Rattler and taking his dome as a scalp. Now, we see Fred the Duck here in the pool. And, or is it Reef the Duck? I think we named him Reef. But
it was either Reef or Zathon. Whoever was the first one to get that camera shot.
I think it was Reef. I think it was Reef.
I don't know, we could be doing it. We could be doing a disservice to another one of our observer friends, but
MSOE right now. I mean, they're going to go on the attack here. I like Rattler's Sigma. Just got a little bit overzealous at times, and that's something that you just got to watch for. So, Redbird Academy. Doesn't look like any changes coming out here, and I don't see a reason why they should. Uresi was absolutely cracking some heads with the Widowmaker, and the sights. I think the sights was even more impactful than any headshot that Uresi may have landed, because they knew where they could aggress into. They knew where they had to kite back. They knew the sight lines that MSOE were trying to build towards. So, Redbird Academy, let's see what Uresi and Senshu can get done right out the gate.
And those gates are open. MSOE Red trying to go on the attack, see if they can equalize. Bringing up the Winston to do such. So Rattler immediately wants to close the gap against Uresi and Senshu. You can see he's going to dive up to that high ground, but there's a Discord over to deal with, and Rattler's immediately deleted. That was... I don't think I had time to fall back down to low ground. You can see the bubble down below. Treasure Balls does respond, but without their tank, Milwaukee are going to have a hard time closing this gap.
They really are, and I mean, you're looking for the right clicks there out of hand, so they're not finding anything as of yet. We're looking to see, what kind of shots can be gotten in here. Uresi definitely finding their range right now with the sniper rifle.
Yeah, leading the server as far as ult charge, just slightly ahead of Corgi on the Ana. Corgi just took the lead on that. But this is Water Smash in a very dangerous duel against Uresi, who has been red hot on the Widowmaker. Disruptor shot up top, and MSOE Red have been able to at least push Redbird Academy back a little bit, but not as much as they'd like. They want them to go all the way back to where the point A finish line is, and Redbird are just being stubborn. They're going to stick around in this. Handsoap, in fact, sticks around a little too long. Tracer Balls is able to get that kill. Now the Nano is out, and Rattler's going to go in deep, try to find some squishy targets, but there's an Immortality Field in the way momentarily. Fall it back, and just looking to burn down Core, who just walked right past Rattler. And Rattler took enough damage, backed out. Didn't really get any kills with it, but it did force a little bit of movement out of this defense. Now going in for another round. The Core has got them in their sights. Even has a Gravitic Flux to use at their leisure.
Yeah, and I mean, that experimental barrier provided such great cover. Not only that, but it prevented any kind of healing coming in on Rattler and goes down in a heap.
Yeah, Rattler was having a bad time. He pizza instead of French fried, and he had a bad time. Senshu is coming up on this overclock. A couple of volts online, or coming online here for Redbird Academy. This is going to be a tough fight here for MSOE Red. Primal Rage popped early. Senshu, who was anti, got low, found some healing. As you can see, getting chased down, and somehow Senshu is still alive. Aidenhole goes back to try to finish him off. Nothing doing. Senshu is just immortal. Meanwhile, Uresi is clicking heads.
Well, there's an answering pick right there. Tracer Ball's waiting for some healing to come through. Please, somebody help me, because he's hiding in the bushes over here, just making their way back downtown. Two ultimates coming up in this fight for MSOE Red. Tracer Ball's going to have to find some heads with this overclock.
Tracer Balls was one with nature there for a moment. Bio into the back. That one landed on a Core. Senshu just gets melted. Nice shot. Tracer Balls with the initial damage falls into the Disruptor to get the final blow. Now overclock ready. 5v4 favoring MSOE Red with 60 seconds on the clock for them to pick up point A. Rattler, after making this swap over to Sigma, immediately finding value. Gets that kill on Uresi. There's no more DPS standing. One by one, Redbird are getting picked apart. Sentry trying to run for their life. Tracer Balls looking to hunt them down. I mean, look how far forward Milwaukee is pressing right now. As they're all the way up at the entrance into point C. They're just going to guard the hotel. They don't want to let anybody from Redbird out.
No, this is exactly what they need to do as well. I mean, Overhealth being bought there by Rattler with that Gravitic Kinetic Grasp. And now they're building towards their own Gravitic Flux. Core is still holding on to their own.
Yep, the Core's going to go ahead and press forward and reclaim this corner. This is a very advantageous position for the defense. There's a Nano Boost out. Oh, the Flux is interrupted. Nice play from Rattler. Tracer Balls is able to get a couple kills before Handsoap finally ends their reign of terror. And this is going to be Milwaukee moving in and grabbing point B. Uresi is still hiding along the outside, but, the little exclamation point went up above their heads. You were spotted, my friend.
Two soldiers.
What's that noise?
Around the outside?
It's like the cling.
Oh man, the ping system absolutely showing up big here. Big anti-need coming out on Senchu. No ability to get healed. Oh my god, Uresi. Once again, taking the dome, this time off the main heals. Really taking the fight into their own hands. Sights are available. I think they hold it for the next fight.
But you're not too upset at a couple of losses to Uresi's Widowmaker right now. Your spawn is right there. If you're Milwaukee, you know, perhaps you lose a little bit of ult charge, but eventually something's going to happen like that as Tracer Balls opens this up. Ant Matrix from the defense of Redbird Academy and just stalls Milwaukee out for a few moments. Gravitic Flux now coming in. That's going to be on to 2. Immortality filled up. Transcendence is there, but it's not enough to save Goose. Hand Soap is a moment too late. And pulling the trigger on the Transcendence. And now it is Zen heals only for Redbird Academy. Rattler starts to move through and just lay down loads of hurt with these Hyperspheres. A methodical approach here from MSOE Red as they surgically remove the most egregious parts of this defense, and then it's easy pickings from there.
Well, Senchu's going to have their overclocking in this next fight, but both support ultimates ready to go for MSOE. I think you throw it on Rattler and just let him get nasty with it.
I'm not opposed to that idea. Never
mind.
Oh, Uresi just comes up now. 2 picks in this situation, far different from 2 picks outside the spawn door. That is a massive pair of headshots coming out of the Widowmaker.
Well, and I mean, now the ultimate rotations, 5 almost online here for MSOE. Halfway towards the Gravitic Flux for Rattler, but you got all 4 of the other ultimates. You need to start pressing the Q button. I'm not sure what Water Smash is waiting for. Needs to be aggressive with this TAC fighter. Start pulling resources out of Redbird Academy to make the final stretch home.
If I had to guess, Uresi has just scared the snot out of Water Smash, and they're just hesitant to pull the trigger on this thing. I know I would be. Uresi has been on an absolute tear. As I was talking about, I missed a couple, but there it is, and it's on Water Smash. Who can't seem to get this attack visor in use. We got a sound barrier, nano boost, and an overclock coming out, and it's enough to at least grant 1 kill here for MSOE Red. They're trying to chase down another one. It's Goose that fell. Senchu is low. Senchu gets the kill. Senchu on 2 health and gets that kill on the Rattler.
Yeah, they had Core in there with them with the defense matrix up, so those Hyperspheres weren't landing anything. But still, that takes some serious stones out of Senchu and gets healed back up for their troubles. So, less than a minute left here, Jeff.
Oh, saw that one coming.
Yep, this is just disgusting coming out from them.
Oh, that's... All right, with 42 seconds left, you're starting to really get in the heads of MSOE Red. Something has to be done here about Uresi. There's just no 2 ways about it. Look, Rattler can't even turn the corner, and Rattler's automatically at 100 health. That's requiring resources. That means you're going to have to reload in the middle of battle. Gravitic Flux is going to pick up 1. Anti up top, so Goose can't heal. Nicely done. Combined with the Disruptor shot, they're able to find that pick, and Uresi is relying on those healing orbs to top off. Meanwhile, this car is rolling to the finish line. Redbird Academy are going to have to rotate around the top and engage with nothing but a Transcendence. They had used the Amplification Matrix and didn't really get a whole lot out of it. Good news for the defense is this is the only ult currently available as the overtime begins. Tracer Balls falls early in the fight, and Goose is able to pick up Corgi. Uresi is jumping around like an absolute madman and hitting shots all along the way. There's only Aiden Hulk and Rattler left on this point, the last remaining hope here for Milwaukee in this map. And of course, it's Uresi to get the final kill. Redbird Academy take a 2-1 lead in our series.
They never dealt with Uresi, and I'm going to have to question out, the soldier for MSOE Red. Never popped the ultimate, and you can't hold on to it. Even if you're getting domed, you have speed around the corner. Make sure you watch your sight lines, and then press Q, because that's an impactful ult. It's going to pull out resources. It's going to pull out abilities. It's going to pull out movement abilities as well, especially the Sojourn, making them use that power slide to get out of the LOE or AOE of that TAC visor. Man, I'm not sure what's going on there with the soldier. Definitely need to see a little bit of adaptability, because it's not working right now, and Tracer Balls can carry only so far. But, Redbird, I mean, they have found their win cons time and time again here. So, after going down early in that first map, they have now come back on a tear, winning the last 2 maps.
I mean, and Water Smash is one of these freshmen that we were talking about that's new to the squad this year. This is only Milwaukee's second game of competition. So, I mean, this just could be a little bit of growing pains for Water Smash, kind of learning how to overcome, some of these very, talented players like Uresi when they've got you pinned down like that. I mean, it takes a true team effort to make adjustments and to see how do you get around that, because the Widowmaker then just controls so much space just by the power of sheer sight lines. If you walk into Uresi's sights, you're at threat of dying immediately, and that threat has to be respected. So perhaps it is just something that Water Smash is still kind of feeling out and still just kind of learning the ropes of collegiate competition.
I think also when we're seeing them push in, Senchu working on this Sojourn, we saw them on the Genji on the first map of Ilios, and then have swapped over to the Sojourn. We're watching the Disruptor kind of herd people almost like a border collie. You see the Disruptor shot go out and is pushing people into the sight line of Uresi. I think they're working perfectly in tandem. I want to see if that's actually the case, because I've seen it quite a number of times so far, where I've seen the Disruptor shot come out, you watch MSOE get away from the Disruptor shot, and then you see an immediate headshot come out from Uresi. So if that is actually the case, 9,000 IQ to those two, and I'm very excited to see how they progress here through, my homeland, the Great White North, here in Toronto. Welcome to the 6. And, we'll see what it's going to come out here. I don't mind this, pulling out the Reinhardt composition. Nova is going to be looking to eat fire strikes in response to what Rattler's going to try and bring. You're going to have to bring and really close the gap quickly. Senchu is going to be the outlier here. He's going to be able to go on flanks and just raise hell with all of MSOE.
Nope. Senchu is actually picking up the Widowmaker here. This is an interesting swap. Uresi was just so hot, with that sniper rifle. I question the reason behind this change, but you know what? I trust this Redbird Academy program, know what they're doing.
Yep.
As Senchu finds Water Smash as well. So a slight change of style, but the aim is just as on point. Rattler just gets absolutely melted trying to get within hammer range. Can't let that shield down for a moment before all of that gunfire is going right into his head.
Yep, I mean, this could be a very fast map depending on if there's going to be able to deal with the dual hit scan threat of Uresi and Senchu. I mean, this is exactly what I was afraid of. Rattler's going to have to be very patient here in their rotations, and also watch out for Senchu on the flank.
Oh, Tracer Balls does return the favor. That was you saw how fast Senchu went down after getting that initial pick. A little back and forth, but Redbird Academy, they almost got this cap. They were very close to getting this cap with just one fight win. And they've got the Reinhardt down. Rattler, yeah, I know you had success with that in map 1, Rattler, but unfortunately the German Crusader is just not the pick here. And this is going to be the checkpoint coming through for Redbird Academy.
And they have self-destruct to boot. So, I mean, even though they lose Uresi here, it's going to be earlier spawn coming in. Nice anti-nade to make them kite away. But you're looking at self-destruct in this fight. You're looking at overclock as well. Just a couple of railgun shots is going to get them there. It's going to be Tracer versus Uresi here.
Rattler jumps in, gets a kill, hand soap is going to fall, so a decent punish on the escape. But with Nova picking up those 2 kills, this is going to favor Redbird in the long run. And MSOE Red just got TS1 around from the neutral starting point.
Well, our favorite little push bot is happy to be going in the blue direction. Rattler's immediate switch over to this Zarya might be exactly what MSOE needs here to get themselves moving forward, especially if they can burst down this D.Va while they're in that.
Unfortunately, Rattler just didn't even get a chance. Never even got a look at the D.Va. It's Uresi this time rocking the Sojourn that is able to come through and just dominate the kill feed. It's a pair of kills for him. And this bot is going right back towards the red barrier.
Ultimate economy once again in favor of Redbird Academy. They have been very patient here since map number 1. Very patient with their ultimates, and I mean, you can put it out here with an early self-destruct, pull out the bubbles, and then go in with the overclock.
Rattler is low. Get him the nano. Give Rattler the nano. No, Rattler falls. Courtney can't get him in LOS in time. Nova's out of mech. Are you really gonna do him with the bunny blaster? No. Okay. Nova backs out. Get back in mech. This is a massive lead for Redbird, though. They're able to push up into the open area. They've got a huge player advantage. Nova leading the charge. The nano finally does come out. It's on the Tracer Multi pops. The overclock with a sound barrier at their back as well. Double support ults on top of the DPS ult is what it took to drive Redbird Academy out of the front door of Milwaukee.
They're not done yet. I mean, there's still a chance for them to pull back and Water Smash landing a nice Helix rocket, taking care of Nova in the extreme. This is all about stalling right now for Redbird Academy. They do so. Now is it going to be, are they going to be able to get back in time to contest it and not lose their forward spawn progression?
I don't think they'll try to contest middle point. They will all spawn. Yeah, they'll all get spawned in before they lose the center control. This is such a neutral fighting ground that, just a little bit further back, and then here you go, like with this high ground, Redbird Academy have a little bit more, just of an advantageous position. Uresi going in deep, Courtney's gonna miss the sleep dart, and then the Railgun takes him down. Uresi's just gonna stay in deep, but it's a beautiful Graviton Surge, well placed, both supports caught in that. Tank was in there, and it's Rattler on the Zarya who wins the day.
Well, I'm color me impressed. That was a perfectly placed Graviton Surge, and the follow-up was absolutely there for them. So, moving in this fight, you're looking at Water Smash Tac Visor. Please press the Q button this time. Don't hold on for it too long. You haven't been domed nearly as much as you were on Circuit Royale.
They've already taken a lot of early damage. Plenty of time left on the clock in this pressing forward. Senshu's gonna fall, so Water Smash certainly doesn't have anything to worry about now as Tracer Balls takes out Goose as well. The captain of this squad, this Sojourn player, has been incredible to watch, and of course, isn't this your name you die? I'm sorry about that. You can blame me entirely for that one, Tracer Balls. You're still kicking butt and taking names, and it's the reason that you're able to get this checkpoint right now.
Well, now they're going to start building towards this next point. I mean, they've got forward spawn progression here. Sentry picking up a double spot there, taking out the Ana and the Soldier. I mean, this is not looking good for them.
No, I got the headshot onto the Zarya as well in the middle of that. That was some nasty shooting from Senshu.
It's just filthy. It's just filthy, and Uresi is still clicking heads, still finding those headshots. Even while moving, that's something I think is even more impressive here from Uresi, is that the headshot abilities, while they're using movement, that's exactly what you want to see. They know sights are out, looking for a flank coming in.
Rattler going over to the Wrecking Ball. I'm not sure about this one. I have concerns because it leaves the rest of your squad so vulnerable. Tried it for 2 team fights back on Midtown and just got absolutely melted both times. So I'm guessing this is somewhat of a comfort pick. Nano on to Tracer Balls as they go in, and there's the overclock once again. This has been an effective combo here for MSOE Red. It takes a sound barrier from Handsoap to even stave it off slightly, and it's not completely effective at all. This Tracer Balls is now looking to aim down Handsoap. He opts to forgo that one. No, just cool guys don't look at explosions type of scenario. I thought they gave up on the kill on Handsoap. No, they just had the perfect disruptor shot and just turned their attention onto somebody else.
Yep, I mean, that's what you do. I mean, if you know that you've confirmed the kill, just move along. Now, self-destruct ready to go for Nova. You've got the Nano from Goose as well. So, Water Smash still hasn't pressed Q.
Yeah, it doesn't like using tac visor. This is a no tac visor zone. We're going to reverse psychology this into existence, Billy. Don't do it, Water Smash. You don't want to use that ultimate. Well, lots of low health bars there for Redbird Academy, and an Anti's going to keep them low. Nova's stuck at 1 health for the minute, and we use a self-destruct to get back into mech. Yeah, Courtney actually gets caught out by said self-destruct. Nova gets back into mech and is able to take down Tracer Balls, and Redbird Academy are winning this out. Now, this has been a lot closer than I initially thought this map was going to be, but Redbird Academy have a chance to really run away with it here.
They really do, especially Pulse Bomb here available for Senshu, which I didn't even notice they had swapped over to. They're looking to get in and really take care of this backline.
Nova puts the pressure on. Oh, your defense matrix ran out at just the wrong moment there. Nova is momentarily hit by a sleep dart. Rotating in and is just going to slow Escort TS1 for as far as Redbird can. They do eat a Bio Nade, and Handsoap ends up falling. Without that speed, Redbird are in a little bit of a precarious position since you're just sticking around hoping to get something done, but Water Smash won't let them. Nova holding down the fort, trying to eat up as much time as they can. Every second is precious here at this stage of any push map.
He pressed Q and actually got a kill with it, but then went down to a headshot from Uresi. I mean, you know, maybe a little bit of early season jitters, maybe a little bit of rookie fear of the opposition right now. As a soldier player, you have got to be able to take high ground. You've got to be able to contest and really take it to them. Press that tac visor when they're least expecting it.
I imagine the last thing you want to do as a rookie is make mistakes. You know, certainly that might cost your team a fight. Tracer Balls is go ahead and pop a overclock here. I feel like they just have overclock every single fight. It's ridiculous how fast Tracer Balls is building this up. And Handsoap drops, who was only 11% away from Sound Barrier. So a priority pick at that from Tracer Balls as they look to focus down Nova, who's almost out of armor range. Moves in and just runs over Aiden Hulk. Now gets a nano boost and is coming in over the top. And it's Uresi with that nano boost that is able to somehow find that pick and more.
Are you kidding me?
4 for Uresi.
Yeah, that's a yeoman's work right there. That's a definite gold star for me. And now we're looking at, you know, maybe last fight territory. 30 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be an uphill battle. If MSOE are going to get anything done here and get that moving back forward, they're going to have to, 1, watch out for this pulse bomb, and 2, be flawless from here out.
She drops the balls, but Aiden Holt gets the sound barrier, and Tracer Balls survive. Both sound barriers were used, as a matter of fact, in that engagement. Water Smash comes up with first blood in this very important fight with only 10 seconds remaining. Tracer Balls is going to take care of Uresi as Rattler is looking to just chase away whoever is left. You still have Nova on this point. A big advantage to MSOE Red as far as numbers, but unfortunately the distance is just going to be incredibly overwhelming. They have to get they have to make up a 52-meter difference, 48-meter difference, excuse me.
Well, they will have overclock to start them off with the nano to boot. So, you know, what do you pull in here? I mean, maybe throw it on Rattler to build up the mines, create a little space and separation for them to push the cart at will, but they're still going to have to watch out for Uresi and Senchu on their flanks.
It's going to be the nano boost out on Tracer Balls. A combo as old as time, well, at least as far as the Raiders are concerned. A 2v2 trade! This is not good for MSOE Red. They can't afford to be losing people in this overtime situation. They do end up winning the fight, but it costs them way too much. And Handsoap even gets that kill! How does Handsoap find that kill onto Tracer Balls? Right down to a 1v1 on the cart. Rattler just rolling around desperately, hoping that somebody comes back to help.
I think he's in trouble. I think he's going to go down here. No, he gets the mega health back. They need to get back on the point. They tried to drop the mine. So now it's all about avoiding this pulse bomb coming through, and the kills are coming through for Redbird Academy.
Yeah, no, it's just too much of a hill to climb. They lost too many people in the previous fight and pressed that far forward. It's insurmountable for Milwaukee. Redbird end up taking map 4. They will take your series 3-1. After losing control, they win 3 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty comprehensive. The adaptability is something that I really want to hone in on here for Redbird Academy. They were very willing to swap up their comps between Uresi and Senchu. They were able to swap not only their roles within the DPS, but also the heroes in the same time. So, I mean, the hero pool available to Redbird Academy's DPS, absolutely flawless here, considering what is working in Overwatch 2. The push map, I mean, I thought that, you know, there was opportunities for MSOE to come back. The Wrecking Ball surprisingly got some pretty good value there. I'm not sure what that 180 flick from the Lucio from Redbird Academy to take down Tracer Balls, but that was what really turned that last fight in their favor.
Yeah, I worried. I think it was the Reinhardt pick early in New Queen Street that really plagued them. They lost that initial fight, and then, I mean, it only took one fight win for Redbird to get all the way to the checkpoint.
Yeah.
The Reinhardt went down again. Rattler went down again. before the second team fight even really broke out and nobody else could push. Redbird gets that checkpoint, lickety split. It took them no time at all, and then it was just an uphill fight for Milwaukee the rest of the way. So it's just, again, I mean, that's just it. Pretty typical of early season stuff for these squads. A lot of talent on both teams. I'm sure Milwaukee will iron out some of these details. I look forward to seeing what more they have to offer for the rest of our season. But I think that about brings us to the end of our night, Billy. And any final thoughts here on our second week of Overwatch?
Adaptability. Increase your hero pool if you can. That's something that we saw plague a couple of teams tonight throughout all the series that have gone on tonight here on NECC2 and on the NEC official page or channel. So I think that you need to have a little bit of a varied hero pool. Even if you're not completely comfortable with it, try something new. Try something new because, if you throw a wrinkle in there, they're not going to know how to necessarily immediately counter it, and you might be able to get some progress.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how versatility can play a huge part in this, so I don't necessarily disagree with that at all. Versatility is important. But, hey, just wanted to give a shout-out and thanks to Peak and Hippie behind the scenes with us tonight, helping us to bring you this production. Go ahead and give NECC a follow on Twitter and find out, because we got, action going on all week long, every week. That is going to be at NECC Games on Twitter, so go drop a follow there. And most of all, thank you all very much for hanging out with us and enjoying some wonderful Overwatch games. But this is going to do it for us tonight. We will see you next week. Have a wonderful evening.